Right, guys, welcome. It is the build-up here between the Springboks and England tonight here from Twickenham. The kickoff will be at 7:30 tonight, South African time. And without further ado, let's just put that up as well. Kickoff at 19:30 South African time, and we'll go from there. So what again this is going to be, what we are going to do in this live build-up, we are going to go and have a look at some of the press conferences during the week and to hear what the guys had to say. Jacques Nienaber and Sia Kolisi, Thomas de Toey, Jan van der Roos and Jacques Nienaber all on the broadcast today. So kick off at 19:30 South African time tonight. And without further ado, let's go and have a look at the first press conference that was held during the week. It was just after the Springbok win against Italy, Sia Kolisi and Jacques Nienaber. And let's go and hear what they had to say.
There's lack of competition in the outside backs, but I thought tonight, they got the balance right in terms of asking questions at the defense and exploring space at the back.
This is the game that you guys have been wanting to play through the summer, through the tour. I don't
I think people always talk about balance, and I thought tonight, you can only play. I thought Italy was phenomenal in the beginning. There wasn't space in the front line, and we really had to work hard. But I think then we got a little bit of space at the back end of it, of the first half, and then in the second half there was a little bit more space, and I thought the game drivers handled it well. I think it's always balance. If there's no space in the front line, I mentioned it last week as well, then you have to look at other venues to apply pressure on the position. And if there is some space in the front line, then you must have the confidence to do that.
Doc, we know that Vanilla Roos an excellent distributor of the ball. Did Manie Liverpool also impress you tonight?
Yeah, like I said, I think I got the question during the week, how far is Manie out from playing for the Boks? And I said one injury. And I say, yeah, Manie, like I said, he's really worked hard in the last couple of weeks. He slotted in nicely. Sia mentioned it after now in the change room. He really slotted in nicely with the group, and every week he grew in confidence in terms of getting comfortable with how we want to do things and what's expected of him, and taking ownership of his role. So he's coming on leaps and bounds. I thought he was excellent when he came on.
We've been conversing through the tour, through the entire year about having the confidence, especially with the two losses against Ireland and France, with the minimal differences in the points. How satisfying was this one, the fact that the Boks were in the 22 points for conversion?
Yeah, that was obviously something we struggled with throughout the year, and I thought mindset of the guys when we got into those zones, and we said, we don't get second options anymore, and we have to make sure that we make them work. And I thought the guys bought in well, and it was really, really, really good for the backs. To see that when we go forward in the mode and we go score like that, or when as the forwards we get an advantage, then you get up the better over the advantage line when they score a try. And that's something that we're going to have to be consistent on. 1 week is not good enough. We're going to have to do it again next week, which is going to be, against England.
Any other questions from the floor? Can we take a couple from South Africa? Okay, let's take a couple from home.
Thanks, Gina. Hi, Jacques and Sia. Sia, just a character shown by the guys. It was a difficult week, having lost 2 in a row on tour, and then Peter Steff was suspended, and Rassie was suspended, and it was a tough press conference yesterday, but come out and you score 63 points, 9 tries, and playing the kind of wonderful rugby you did tonight says a lot about the team.
No, 100%. And I think he said it was a tough press conference because we were already mindset wise, we were in the game. It was a big game for us, and Italy is an amazing team. And I think the way we prepared, we gave them the respect that they deserve. That's what I said yesterday. They really a different team than they were a couple of years ago, and we had to play, to the best of our abilities. You saw it was tight in the first half, and we had to dig deep as the boys. And these things happen. We face adversity all the time. We come from a country where that's always there at all times, and we have to use those things to bring ourselves up. And like I said yesterday, our focus was just simply in the game. Everything, the worst could have happened in the week. We still would have focused in the game because, it was so important for us to get a win today, but play properly and enjoy it. And that's what Jack and Rusty told us. Let's get to the place where what made you start playing rugby? You want to score tries. You want to run with the ball in your hand. You want to offload and put people away. And also, as South Africans, we enjoy the physical part of the game. And that's what we want to do to bring that balance and bring it all together. And I thought it worked well today, but doing it once is not enough. We're going to have to do it again. Even though we lost the last two games, I really believe we will just head the right direction.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zina. Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Sia. Jacques, I don't know if it's been asked. We're breaking up a bit this side. But what is Cheslin's injury like? Is it the hamstring? It looked like a hamstring. And yeah.
To be honest, Jan, I don't know. But I think it's hammy. I didn't talk to the doc afterwards. But during the game, when I saw the injury, I thought, it might be a soft tissue injury to the hamstring.
Justin?
Thank you, Zina. Good afternoon, Jacques. Jacques, this one for you. That performance, more so sort of that last 25 minutes, last half an hour of that match, would you consider that to potentially be a near perfect performance by your team? I mean, you spoke about, in those defeats against France and Ireland, you spoke about missed opportunities and momentum that you want to build within this team. And looking at, that second half performance, is that where you kind of want to see the team moving forward?
Yeah, I think we all want to see the team moving forward in that direction. I think, we capitalized on the opportunities that we created in this particular game. I don't think it's near perfect. I think we can always get better, but I must say the work that the guys have put in over the last month in terms of where we want to head into 2023, the guys bought into it, and they're taking ownership of it, and we're building. But like Sia mentioned now, one game isn't good enough. We need to get consistency. Everybody can string a game together, a good game together, where things go your way. But the challenge is when things don't always go your way, to dig yourself out of it and to get consistency.
Okay, cool, guys. Let's just take a Afrikaans and isiXhosa question from over here from Hendrik en Kaniso.
Ja. Afrikaans ek gebruik dit nog. Waar kom hy weer vandaan? Dis 'n kleurkaart te waar jy
Ja, dis maar net dis nog net ietsie kleins. Wat ons probeer klomp goedjies. Soos ek sê, ons probeer kreatief wees. Soos ons gesê het aan die begin van die jaar, jy weet, ons het as die span gesê, wanneer begin 'n ou in moeilikheid raak, wanneer jy te arrogant raak, as jy dink jou maniere om dinge te doen is die enigste regte wy om dit te doen, en jy moet evolve, jy moet vernuwe, jy weet, en as 'n groep het ons 'n paar idees wat ons probeer, en van hulle werk nie. Maar soos ek sê, hierdie is die ideale tyd vir ons om seker goedjies te probeer, en dan as ons in 2023 ingaan, moet ons redelik geseteld wees.
Dis nog 'n kwessie gewees om die boodskapspinners moontlik op die veld te trek.
Ja, dit is nie noodwendig so iets nie. Dit kan miskien wees wil ons waar voel ons is die spel moet ons dit bietjie op moet ons dit vinniger maak, moet ons dit stadiger maak. So dit is meer in terme van waar ons voel die span is tans, ja.
As not choice, but kunyanzelekile because inkulu le team zodlala nayo kule vexayo. And zininzi into esingababhetere kuzo. I think ngoba iqala umdlalo senze i-mistakes ezininzi, especially ki-breakdown, and kuzonyanzeleka ukuthi siwubukele kakhona ngomso, kuzonyanzeleka ukuthi akhona amadoda awahambayo ngomso, so la ngenayo kuzonyanzeleka sibabeke kule level sikuyo thina. Yeah, you know, izinto eziningi ezenzekayo amaphutha awenzekayo kibili kumuntu okanye ingayibambi kakuhle ibhola, so kuzonyanzeleka ukuthi sijonge sibukele kakuhle la video sijonge because izawube ibalekile kule vexayo, so kunyanzeleka ukuthi sibe ne-platform e-right from imall nakizikhamu zethu. I think sihambe kakuhle namhlanje, but kule vexayo sidibana nenye challenge, so kuzonyanzeleka ukuthi siqoqoshe kuzo zonke indawo.
And then guys, just for everyone at home, Jacques, just in Afrikaans, can you just sum up your thoughts of the game in Afrikaans and you know, obviously looking ahead to next week?
Ja, hierdie was 'n baie groot wedstryd vir ons. Ek dink Sia het dit genoem voorheen. Weet ons moes momentum terugkry in 'n stoer en ons is op die stadium en die realiteit is ons het 0 uit 4 gewen, jy weet. So hierdie was amper vir ons soos 'n finaal om momentum weer terug te kry en ons het Italië die respek gegee wat hulle verdien, jy weet. Hulle is 'n span wat jy nie moet onderskat nie. Hulle het Australië weggesit. Hulle het 'n goeie wen gehad teen Wallis weg in Cardiff. So ons het hulle baie respek gegee en baie goed vir hulle voorberei. En ja, ek dink as 'n groep het ons planne gehad vir die wedstryd en ek dink die spelers was uitmuntend in terme van om daai planne af te wissel. En ek dink daar was 'n goeie balans in die wedstryd.
Right, guys, so that was the first interview of the weekend after the weekend's game against Italy, and a lot of sense was spoken there, and as we can clearly see that the Springboks are trying to play a different game plan that we are used to, and they're doing a great job at it at the moment. You know, we certainly can't say that the Boks are one-dimensional. Remember, we've got a lot of injuries as well. Guys like Andre Pollard out, guy like Peter Steph de Toey now out as well. Lukanya Lua de Jager. We've got players all around out in vital positions as well, and they're doing a really good job at this end of year tour. And we're really surprised with the way that they played. I for one also was one that said that the Boks can't change their game plan, and they've done really well at it. And let's go and have a look at the team lineups for the two teams here today. For South Africa, we've got Willie Leroux, Kitley Arendse, Jesse Kriel, Damien Dialendi, Makazola Mapimpi, Damien Willems, and Faf de Klerk in the backline. A very formidable backline this one is. And looking forward to see how Damien Willems and Billy rotate between 10 and 15 again today. We might even see instances where Damien Willems will slot in at the number 12 jersey. Really, South Africa has been playing a very expansive game in their last 2 games against France and Italy, and it's really picked up really well for them. And again, that for me, Billy shows how vital he is in the Springbok setup. He had some pretty bad form during the Rugby Championship, but he's definitely come and lived up to the challenge again over the course of this last 3 games that he's played. So great work from him, and really looking forward to that combination as well. Then you look at the likes of Kitley Arendse and Makazola Mapimpi, try finishers. Kitley Arendse has had a couple of really good games for the Boks on that wing position, and Makazola Mapimpi gets another chance here today to showcase his talents as well. And then the likes of Jesse Kriel was really good in his last 2 tests. Got dropped last week, which was really a big surprise for me going into that Italian game. And yeah, let's hope he can have another really good game today and really come through as our backup outside centre when Lukanya gets back into the side. Dialendi, as always, tough as nails. He's proven himself as probably the best inside centre in world rugby at the moment, and deservingly so. Damien Willemse at 10. Like I said, I don't think we need to worry too much. We know we've got Andre Pollard. We know we've got Elton Jantjies, and Johan Goosen slowly but surely making his way back into the side. So this is purely a decision by the coaching staff to just save up some time in the meantime when the likes of Andre Pollard will return. And then now we've got another great attacking fly-off in Manny Libbok coming off the bench as well today. So I think we're blessed with players all around. Faf de Klerk showed last week how good he can be. As long as he doesn't kick over the top, we know how good attacking Stromhoff he can be. We saw it under the likes of Johan Ackerman with the Lions. He played his natural game, and the Lions was a great attacking team. So I thought maybe to myself that Faf de Klerk's game has maybe gone down a little bit since under the leadership of Ninabe and co, because the game plan is a little bit different. But he can play both games. He can play a kicking game and he can play an attacking game. But I think the attacking game favors this guy a little bit more. Now, looking at the forwards for South Africa, Oxner Shear, Bongi Bunambi and Frans Malherbe in the front row, Eben Etzebeth and Marvin Orie in the lock combination, Sia Kolisi, Franco Mostert and Johan Roos. For those of you guys who followed me on my channel, watched the preview, also know that I did say that Johan Roos, it's a make or break game for this youngster. It's very unfortunate that we're just a year away from the Rugby World Cup and we still got the likes of Dwayne Vermeulen and Jasper Wiese, who's made that number 8 jersey his own now, and in Elrich Louw also knocking on the door. I personally don't think Johan Roos will be going to the World Cup, but it's a great opportunity for this guy today to show that he belongs in this box setup. And which better way it is than to take on one of the best number 8s in world rugby in Billy Vunipolo today. So a great chance for him to prove himself. I don't think Franco Mostert or Kolisi have anything left to prove. We know that both of those players will be on the plane to the World Cup. Mostert will be as a utility forward, and Kolisi as the captain and playing some really good rugby. Marvin Orie and maybe Oxner Shear has more to prove than the rest of this team, along with Johan Roos. But Eben Etzebeth, as always, a massive battle against Maro Itoje today, and one that I'm really looking forward to. If you look at the bench from the South African side, Malcolm Marx, Steven Kitsoff, Thomas de Toey, and Marco van Staden, Kwagga Smith, Jaden Hendricks, Manny Libbok, and Cannon Moody. For those of you who've not really followed the news this week, we are without Cheslin Colby, Andre Esterhazen, Vincent Koch, all not able to play because the test falls out of the test window, and the injuries to Andre Pollard, Lukanya, Peter Step, the Toy band. So a great opportunity for the likes of Thomas de Toey and Marco van Staden today to showcase what they can do. As for the rest, Manny Libbok probably not going to be on the plane to the World Cup. Cannon Moody with an outside chance, and then also the likes of maybe Marco van Staden as Kwagga Smith, Marx and Kitsoff have proven himself worthy of having a ticket to the World Cup as well. So, yeah, that's the Springbok team lineup. Just going through a couple of comments here. Anthony Alfonso says, how many rugby teams in the world are 100% pure born in their country of origin post 1994? And all countries in the top 6. So, yeah, it's a difficult one. I don't have the stats with me, Anthony, but I'm guessing that there's not a lot of teams that have 100% pure born, apart from South Africa. And Mursaba says, Mr. Guru, just realized I'm having load shedding at 8. You can still just buy yourself some data, keep your phone charged, and you can follow me on YouTube from your phone, Mursaba, as well. Elias says, I think only South Africa and Argentina. We had one foreign player piece, but he's an honorary South African. We love him. Absolutely. And then Mursaba says, I would love to see Cannon Moody playing in 13 on this tour. And Elias says, Argentina not in the top 6, though. And Musabar says, I want to see Roos running a whole day at Marcus Smith. Sparrow says, Kulisi, Eben, Marks and Roos are going to be big players today. And then money is going to be key to the game in the second half for those easy penalties. And then my hope is not seeing armbands on rugby players. The politics in sport takes the passion away. And that is true, Anthony. So, yeah, that's the Springbok lineup. After the press conference, we're going to go and have a look at the England side as well. But I think let's put on the press conference of Jacques Nienaber and Ian van der Roos during the week for you guys to have a look at.
Thank you, Zina. Good day, gentlemen. Evan and Jock. Jock, due to unavailability of key players, what will be looking to get out this week against an English side who can feel their full strength side, and you can't field English-based players? A bit unfair, maybe, or is it a matter of it is what it is?
Nathan, I think it is what it is. You know, we knew when we knew when we organised this game that it's going to be outside of the Test match window, and the players knew it, and we also know. Well, we feel. I think if you look at the development of the squad over this year, and you look at the growth of some of the players coming into the mix, and us developing succession planning in positions, I think we always saw this Test match as an opportunity to get some of the younger players involved, or let's call them less experienced players. So I think it's a great opportunity for them, and from our side, we're quite looking forward to see how they perform in this big Test match. And that's why for us, I know England obviously have this relationship with their clubs, and they can have all their players, but for us, we can't have the French-based players or the Irish-based players or the English-based. But it is what it is, and like I say, it's good for us. It's we still feel that we can get a team out there that's good enough to compete.
Rugby?
Hi, good afternoon, Jock. Good afternoon, Evan. Just a twofold question, Jock. Just we saw Mani Lobok obviously come on last week. And he performed really well. Were you guys attempted to sort of give him an opportunity to start the Saturday? And then, just Jock, you obviously played England the last two occasions at Twickenham in 2018 and 2021. Both games were obviously lost, very close games. You guys use as extra motivation for this weekend, knowing that you haven't won on the last two occasions? Thanks.
Okay, so the first one was on Mani. Yeah, no, listen, Mani is going from strength to strength in the squad. I think he's only been with us now for 8 weeks, and you can see how he's taking more ownership, in terms of the rugby stuff, and on field, off field, and we're really excited to see what he can do at Twickenham, and the game's getting bigger and bigger and more pressure, and there's going to, I think, I don't know how the ticket sales went, but I think there will be a fair amount of people at Twickenham, and it will be similar to what we experienced in Marseille, and I think it's good for his development, and it's nice for us to have him with us. Were we tempted? I think Damien is doing well at 10, and he's driving the team forward. And again, he only started, I would say, after about 5 games, 5 Test matches in this year, start settling at 10. So he's also getting lucky experience playing at 10. We know that he can do it for us at 12 and at 15. It's nice to have the two of them. And then in terms of the other part was, extra motivation. Yes, now I won't say extra motivation. I mean, we know that playing against England at Twickenham is always a big challenge, and like you rightly say, the past 2 occasions that I've been involved or we've been involved against England, it I think it was 1 point affairs, and but yes, I mean it's always a motivation for us to perform against England, and everyone on tour, for us, obviously we had 2 narrow losses against Ireland and against the French. We got a victory against Italy, and for us, and I guess for England the same. It would be both teams would like to get a victory on Saturday. So I won't say it's extra motivation. I think both teams will be motivated to get a result on Saturday.
Daniele?
Thank you so much, Zina. Good morning, or good afternoon, Jacques. Good afternoon, Evan. My question is to you, Jacques. With everything that has been happening on the tour, right? You guys have been there for a while. Out of all the boxes that you and the coaching staff wanted to tick, how many of those boxes would you say have been ticked with everything that's been happening on the tour when it comes to all the on-field stuff? And how many of the boxes still have to be ticked, if you can try and sum that up?
Yes, I think, like Rassi mentioned it often. Listen, I don't think people want to know that we're getting answers, but I think that is the thing of this tour, and especially this game where we play this test match out of the window. We will get and the SAA games. We wanted to see certain players play with a Springbok on their chest. Although it is against clubs, but you play for your country, so there's a little bit more pressure, and we wanted some answers on certain players, and I think we got some answers on certain players, and the same on Saturday, and even on field, if you look at, we always want to try and improve and develop and try and build our game in all the aspects, and obviously we're trying stuff, and just like all the other teams are trying. And I think if you look at us, I think although we had 2 narrow losses against the number 1 and 2 team in the world away from home, I think if I have to be quite honest, I think we certainly internally know that I don't think we far off in being contenders for the World Cup next year, and I think the world knows that we're not far off. I think we're still building, and we're still trying to get some results and get some answers in certain aspects. But I think we certainly believe and know that we're not far off being contenders, and I think the world knows that as well.
Percy?
Zina, soos altyd baie dankie. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Coach, Jacques, ek kan vaar en ek glo jy gaan jou span opsom vir my in Afrikaans. Ek wil net spesifiek vra oor die laaste tyd was daar baie vrae gewees rondom 'n ervare wêreldbeker wenner soos Makazole Mapimpi meneer. Ek wil glo Afrika Jacques Nina het geen twyfel oor Makazole Mapimpi se ervaring oor sy vermoëns in die Springboks span nie. En dan net Ewan, dit moet 'n groot voorreg vir jou wees om in die beginspan te wees. Jacques gooi jou 'n bietjie in die diepkant hierdie naweek teen 'n Engelse span wat ook desperaat sal wees om teen die Springbokke op punt te wil wys. Thank you so much, Zina.
Percy, ja, nee, ek dink, en daar het 'n paar vrae gekom oor antwoorde wat ons soek, en met die SA span wedstryde wat ons gespeel het en met die toetse wat ons nou gespeel het. Ek dink Makazole en soos laas naweek, as jy dink na ou soos Eben wat ons op die bank gesit het, ou soos Salmaan wat ons kans gegee het. Ons het nou weer vir Kurtley, vir Keinan in die span, jy weet, en so ek dink ons het ek wil dit nie irritasie noem nie, maar ons het probeer om spelers ondervinding te gee op die hoogste vlak waar ons kon. Ek dink dit is baie keer moeilik. Ek dink soos as mens kyk nou na Ewan, jy weet Ewan, ons praat nie eers van 'n ou soos Dwayne wat ons nie op hierdie toer gebring het nie, maar as jy vat daar's Dwayne, daar's 'n Jasper, jy weet ons het Kwagga daar gespeel in Brits en Ierse Leeu's. So baie keer is daar maar daar's maar net 'n klomp ouens wat voor jou is, en dis hoekom 'n ou soos hy nie baie speelkans gekry het nie. Dis nie omdat hy nie goed genoeg is nie, jy weet. Maar daar is 'n paar ouens wat al bietjie meer ervaring het op hierdie vlak en wat miskien in die pecking order voor hom is en voor van die ander ouens. En dis waar ou soos Makazole, jy weet, hy weet wat ons probeer regkry het in terme van Willie en veral teen die spanne wat ons gespeel het, die strategie wat ons gehad het, en om bietjie ondervinding in 'n ou soos Kurtley onder Kurtley in te kry, jy weet, weet, en ek moet sê, dis hoe tight die groep is, jy weet. Ons kan veranderinge soos dit maak sonder dat dit die spelers affekteer, jy weet. Hulle obviously 'n ou is teleurgesteld as jy nie gekies word nie, maar jy kom vinnig daaroor en jy begin die span voorberei. So ek dink ja, obviously ou soos Makazole, ons weet wat se kwaliteit ons het in hom maar ons het bietjie diepte gebou as mens kyk na 'n Kane wat begin ontwikkel, 'n ou soos Kirtley wat begin ontwikkel, dan jy nog vir Cheslin daar. Ons praat nie eers van Seboe wat beseer is nie, Fassie wat nou beseer is. So daar's lekker diepte nou veral in daai posisie.
Thanks, Percy. Ja, dis soos jy sê, diep kant, maar dis lekker. Ek dink is 'n great geleentheid om te kan rugby speel en baie bly dat die coaches my 'n kans gee en ek sien net meer uit. Ek dink is een van die lekkerste plekke dink ek om rugby wedstryd te speel, so ek is meer opgewonde as enigiets anders.
Adnan?
Thanks, Ina. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Thanks, Ina. As a Jacques and Evan. Ek wil net Jacques en miskien in Afrikaans vra, net oor jou bank, die keuse op jou bank. Ek sien daar is 'n slot op die bank gekies. Ek wil net jou mening daaroor hê en dan vir Evan net sê geluk met jou insluiting en net hoe jy dink dit gaan jy gaan vaar teen ou soos Farao soos Bali Bonopolo.
Ja, in terme van slot, jy's reg, maar ek dink Franco Moster. Sorry Adnan, sorry man. Ja, ek dink as 'n ou kyk na Franco Moster. Franco Moster is altyd ons ou wat vir ons kan 7 speel en wat vir ons kan 5 speel en 4 speel as hy moet. En dan uit die aard van die saak, ons het twee losvoorspelers daar wat ons al voorheen ook gedoen het in die span. In vorige spanne wat ons gekies het en ons dink maar dit is wat ons die kombinasie wat ons gaan nodig het in Engeland, veral aan die einde van die wedstryd. En ja, jy weet ons is en weer eens ons is daar's 'n hele paar, ek dink julle kan self die somme gaan maak as jy gaan kyk wie almal uit is. Ek dink as jy kyk na ou soos RG wat nie beskikbaar is nie, as jy kyk na ou soos Loot wat beseer is, jy weet dit is twee ervare 5 slotte wat ons verloor het en maar ons is gelukkig met die groep wat ons hier het en ja, maar ons Franco Moster sal vir ons instaan wat ons backup 5 is. Ek weet hy begin op 7 maar hy is ons backup slot.
Ja, ek sien baie uit. En ja, soos ek sê, Bali is 'n baie goeie speler, goeie kwaliteitsspeler, so gaan lekker wees om teen so ou te speel en jouself te kan meet.
Guys, we'll take the last question online before we switch to the floor, and that would be Mike.
Hey guys, just a quick couple if that's okay. Just wondered what you made of England this autumn, if they're stronger or weaker than the team you faced last year, and Raji's ban as well. Has that affected the mood in the camp or your preparations logistically for the week?
Firstly, now in England, yes, the England's a quality side, well coached. And I mean, if you look at their results, I know one will look at the Argentina result, but if you look at the result against Japan, and if you look at the result against New Zealand, I mean, they're a team that don't go away. I think they got themselves back into the game with less than 7 or 8 minutes to go, and I think if you look at even the results that went against them, I'm thinking now Australian result, I'm thinking the Argentina result. Those games were close, you know, and a decision here or there or opportunity taken here or there could have changed the result. So no, I think they're quality side, and there's been a lot of development in their game, and yeah, it's going to be a nice challenge for us, and we're quite looking forward to it. In terms of Raji's ban, no, listen, from our side, we focus on rugby, you know, and I guess there will probably be a lot of questions about the ban. And for me as a coach, yes, I don't want to go into those things. I probably focus on rugby more than not. But yeah, for us that's a tight knit unit and a tight knit team, and even can I mean, everybody knows exactly what's going on. We're open and transparent to everybody, and for us that probably holds that knows all the the facts, it's sometimes for us, if I don't want to say disappointing. What would the right word be? It's sometimes for us, maybe disappointing is the right word. When there's only certain facts that go out, and then people from the outside will, which is right, which obviously they only have those facts available. They form an opinion and give an opinion on something that happened, and obviously they don't know all the facts. So it is quite sad that if you think about it, that I think if all the facts are out there, that people probably will form a different opinion. But like I rightly say, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I don't want to get involved in this. But for us as a group, players, management, staff members within the Springbok team, we know about everything. We're transparent. We share everything with the players, and we know all the facts. And unfortunately, yes, things went that way. But for us, the main thing is to focus on the rugby and to make sure that we prepare our players mentally to be ready for a big test against England on Saturday.
Nice. That's the online questions. We will now take questions from the floor.
What facts are we missing?
I think it probably will come out. We're not allowed. There's a lot of confidentiality that we're not allowed to talk about, especially with media. So I think obviously you guys would know that I'm not the only coach that would say that, but Eddie said that before. That listen, it's stuff we can't discuss. So unfortunately it is what it is. But we know the facts. I mean, we shared with the players, we shared with everyone within the group. But there will only be a certain amount of facts that do go out.
Are you concerned, though, that the view of the Springboks outside the camp is diminishing and your reputation is suffering because of that?
Again, that we know what happens within us. I mean, we can't control narratives of other people's opinion about us. We can't control it. So whatever people think about us, they think about us. But we know what happens inside and how we are and how tight we are the group. That's all we can control.
Guys, can I just ask, this is a team announcement press conference, it's not a Rugby press conference. I think Jacques has asked enough about that. We've got 30 minutes. Can we get to the Rugby stuff, please?
Just to understand, Jacques, you say facts you can't discuss, you're talking about facts about refereeing decisions specifically, the ins and outs of those.
No, just terms of development of where our game is going, terms of certain skill sets that we develop, that we are trying to develop and stuff like that. So no, not referee stuff, rugby stuff, technical, fundamental stuff, gameplay.
Can you just give a bit of insight into how we've been this week and this week? Yes,
Rassie. During the week it's as per normal. I mean, he can be with us. It's just that he's banned from match days. So obviously, the roles and responsibilities that he fulfill in match day, we just absorb within us, like we did for a year.
And you saw?
You said that you knows that you're not yourselves. No, you're not. That you have to make up to get where you want to be.
Yes, I don't want to go into too much detail in terms of that, but obviously, I think we know. I think it would be unfair to the team to give that away. I think there's a little bit of growth that needs to happen in almost everything. That's probably the cliche answer, but I don't want to go into specifics on that. But I think we building nicely. We need consistency. That's probably the big thing that we have to develop, which is to be more consistent in terms of our performances, and to probably that consistency.
Can you give us any specifics as far as the developments you've seen with England, maybe over the whole World Cup cycle so far, what they've been trying to develop, maybe in the same way that you guys?
I think they will probably also look for consistency. I think if you look at their results, it's also a point here, point there. You need to probably for us as well, when you get big opportunities, you need to nail them down. And I think, there's a couple of opportunities they had on the weekend which they didn't nail down, which could have had a different result. And same with us, we had a couple of opportunities against France and against Ireland, which we didn't nail down, especially against Ireland. We created a lot. And the disappointing part is when that big point do come, you need to nail it. And we didn't nail it. Ireland didn't nail it, and France did nail it. When they need to get a result in the last 4 minutes of the game, they got it. And I think that's probably the consistency I'm talking about, playing big points well, or big passages or episodes in the game well, and be more consistent in nailing them, Yes.
Sure. Would you mind talking about globally where the game is at the moment? I know Andy talks a lot about this next World Cup being one with much higher ball in play time than maybe years ago. How do you see the overall look of the game 4 years on from Japan, and what you expect France to look like next year? Not France for the team.
The World Cup. Yes, I think it probably differs from the team that you play against. Sometimes when you play a team with who doesn't keep the ball in hand a lot and kick a lot, you get higher ball in play time, because I mean, if there's 80 kicks and let's say a kick hangs in the air for 6-7 seconds, I mean, if you add all those seconds up, 80 kicks, it's a lot of seconds, So sometimes ball in play doesn't mean ball in hand. Sometimes the ball is in the air and nobody can make an error. So sometimes when teams attack and are quite having a go at each other with ball in hand, ball in play time is 31, 32 minutes. Where teams play a kicking game and it's at this tennis game for territory, you might get a game that blow up to 38, 39 minutes. But I do think the speed of the game will be quicker, ball in hand. But it depends what the opposition does and what your strategy is.
Yeah. Do you like where the game is at the moment? We're selling it to a bigger audience that the World Cup will provide us next year. Do we like the product at the moment, do you think?
I think I like the product in terms of how tight it is. I mean, Georgia got a result. Argentina beat England. Argentina beat New Zealand away from home. So I think the product and what World Rugby has done to get, I don't want to call them tier 2 nations anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. I think the gap there between the top 8 to 10 teams in the world and the rest of the world is a lot tighter, and anybody can literally beat anybody on any given day. So I think for a wider audience, that's quite exciting, So I think the competitiveness between the unions, for me, is a challenge. So even when we played Italy last weekend, I mean, it's not a game that you go in. 10 years ago, that would have been a rotational squad and getting an easy result. No, listen, you got to knuckle down and perform like Italy showed against Wales. And now Georgia, the same thing, Georgia did it against Italy in June. And now Georgia showed that they can do against Wales. So I think that's quite exciting.
Jock, what triggered the adoption of a more attacking style of rugby that the Boks played against Italy and France?
I think, Hendrik, that what you get presented with. So we obviously felt that there was opportunity in the front line to keep ball in hand. I think all teams want to apply pressure on opposition, and you can do it through your defense, you can do ball in hand, or you can do it through your kicking game. So it probably depends where you feel you can apply pressure. And sometimes it's something that you're good at, and sometimes it's something where you think the opposition is maybe you see opportunity on that side. I won't say not good at, because I think at this level, like we rightly mentioned now, with the nations getting better and better, I don't think there's weaknesses in the top 15 teams. It's just if you see opportunity where you can apply pressure, and we felt that we can apply pressure with ball in hand, and so I think that's probably another question. I think that gentleman asked, where do we want to develop? I think is to have a more balanced approach in terms of applying pressure on opposition, not just through a defense, not just through set pieces. So to almost try and get the continuity, not continuity, the balance right, and the consistency in terms of varying your game in terms of that.
Did you expect the players to adapt so quickly, and how important is Valerie Roux to this game plan?
I know. Look, the funny thing is, I think the players, especially the players, got more. If you think where we started against Wales, we started with the second Test match against Wales. We started with a completely. We made like 18 changes. So I think the group now, the established players are comfortable with it. If you think what we did in the World Cup final versus what we did against Wales in the semi-final, I think it's we could adapt with that group of players. It was easy to change small little tweaks within your game plan, and they could adapt and apply pressure differently. I think what we did in 2021, we kept consistency because we didn't play any rugby in 2020 due to COVID, and in 2022, our big aim was to get growth within the squad. In terms of and get more players involved and get a squad depth within the squad and experience in that squad depth. So obviously, when new players come in, they're quite how can I say, the scope of because they play for their country, because when they look down, they're playing for a nation, so the pressure is a little bit more than for their league, where they're probably a little bit more comfortable. So the scope of trying to look for opportunities is probably a little bit different, and they get adapting to the pace of the game, that there isn't weak defenders. So the game's a little bit different. So I think this group is now getting comfortable with the pace of the game, getting comfortable that there's a wall, getting comfortable to looking for where opportunities, where space may be differently. So I think this group is just developing to that.
Guys, we've got 4 more minutes, and we're going to do 2 minutes Afrikaans with you at the end. So please just ask your English questions.
I was just going to say on the note, do you feel like your attacking game plan gets the respect it deserves? When everyone talks about the Springboks, talk about the forward physicality and the kick, but do you feel like there's not enough credit given to what you're trying to do in attack?
Probably the same. How can I say that? That's probably your question beforehand about off-field stuff. That's where I think we must be aligned in terms of a team, where we know what the reality is and what the facts is, and that's what I mean when I say sometimes not all the facts are out there, and people who form opinion. Even rugby, style of play. If you think in the World Cup final who scored our tries, if you think at Mapimpi who's scoring tries, if you think at Kurtley Arendse, I mean, he scored against France, he scored against, I think he's played 6 Test matches and scored 6 tries. So, but that's the almost, if I can put it, the on-field facts that we know. And again, we can't control the narrative that gets put out there, that we are boring, we don't attack, we just kick, we just tackle. We can't control, and all the energy that you put into that, you're not going to change that narrative. That's the narrative people want to drive. As long as you are truthful on and off the field with the facts available, and you share it with the players, and the players know it, and they know what the truth is within us. That's all we can do. So yeah, if we will get respect, I don't know, but as long as we are comfortable what we are putting out there and what we're trying to achieve, and we are open and honest with each other as a group, players, management, staff members, we're happy.
Do you support the Director of Rugby putting videos on social media to help people understand what's going on? Do you support him doing that?
Jock, don't answer that. This is not a rugby conference.
I've got a team selection question.
Can you solve the question over there? One more question there, and then we're done, guys. Thank you.
Only 2 recognized tight heads in the squad.
2 recognized?
Tight heads in the squad.
Okay, tight heads.
And do you have Wilco Low on speed dial, or is Ox willing to cover if there's a pinch?
We've got 2. So in the squad.
In the squad right now, there's
we've got 5 props.
5 props, 2 tight heads.
2 tight heads, yes. Yeah, I think Ox, yes, I've been coaching Ox since SS Schools when he was 17 years old. So he can do a job for us there, but I think we're fortunate in terms of Springboks or SA Rugby, is that, yes, obviously, Wilco Low, it's out of the Test match. It's out of the window, so he will not be able to play. But there is a couple of players that plays in the Northern Hemisphere going into France next year. The Depree brothers that's on speed dial, Raymond Roule, lots of players that play in France. Dylan Leitz. That if we do pick up an injury, they are playing good rugby currently. They played for the Barbas now. Raymond and Dylan. So yeah, there's always players, South African players that play here that we can get on speed dial if we do hit a crisis. But it will be, if we pick up something now, we will have to get somebody in from South Africa.
Yeah, but just from a player's perspective, do you feel that an excellent performance on Saturday will be an accurate assessment of how you guys have come along this year, especially against what is a very good and what is, as Jacques has pointed out, an inconsistent England side?
Yeah, so I don't think you ever play a rugby game to lose, but it's, as we said, it's before the World Cup here, so it's trying all these things and getting, as you said, consistency. And so yeah, we're just excited as a team, and training's been going well, so we can't wait for the weekend.
Jock, jy werk by 'n rukkie met CEO. Waar het as 'n kaptein gegroei van dit jy hom die eerste keer ontmoet het? Verlede week was dit twee toetse verloor, Pieter Steffens geban, Rassie is geban. Hy's my groot ambassadeur van die veld, hy speel goed. Waar het hy vir jou gegroei van dit jy hom ontmoet het?
Nee, massive. Kijk, hij was altijd speciaal, Hendrik. Eerst toen ik hem ontmoet het, was het toen hij onder 19 was. Hij was altijd een speciale. Hij had altijd charisma gehad. Je weet, als mensen, wat als hulle in een kamer inkom, dan zit hij recht op. Je weet, hij deed een presence. En hij dit gehad al van 19. Hij was die kaptein geweest, nie. Ik denk, Ricky Schreder was die kaptein geweest van een onder 19 span, maar hij definitief gegroeid. En ja, yes, ik denk... ja, ek dink die bokke altyd die druk wat ons kry, en ek praat nie van slegte druk nie, ek praat net van die expectations wat daar is van Suid-Afrika en die nasie om te perform. Ek dink hy het net soveel meer op hom en hy hanteer dit uitstekend, ja, so ek dink hy het baie gegroei.
Right, guys, so that was the press conference earlier this week from Jacques Nienaber and Evan Roos. And if you listen to that and everything that has happened in the week or the week before with Rassie Erasmus getting the ban for 2 weeks, by the way, let me know in the comment section what your guys' opinion is on the ban from World Rugby on Rassie Erasmus. I know that there was well, not a rumor, but it has been said that Rassie and World Rugby has met and that it was a very positive meeting between the two, or the SA Rugby, Rassie Erasmus and World Rugby regarding the laws of the game and the referees, how they've been blowing the game. I mean, we could have seen just earlier in that Bulls versus Ospreys game that I did, that there was a couple of decisions from the referee that was really awful, and it wasn't in favor of the Bulls or in favor of the Ospreys. It's it's part of the game, and we need to start realizing that referees need to be held accountable for poor decisions. You know, there was an instance where the Ospreys wanted to score a try in this earlier game where David Krill slapped the ball out, and it should have been a professional foul and a yellow card at least and a penalty try. And instead it was a penalty. Well, I think there was a knock on from the Ospreys just after the kick. So, yeah, it went the way of the Bulls on that occasion, but it's overall not good refereeing from the referees around. We saw with the clip that Rugby Analytics put on where the try from Bongi Benambi last week against Italy should not have been a try. He was down already, double movement. Same with the try the previous week for France. And unfortunately, the bigger picture was the France try was more important in the bigger context of the game than the try from Bongi against Italy. But again, the referees needs to show some consistency. They need to be punished if they're wrong. Slap them with a game ban or something like that. But you can't hold the coaches liable or the people talking about them liable. We saw Ronan O'Gara getting a 10-week ban earlier this week because he challenged the referees during the week. And we all know that he's the coach of La Rochelle. So another great coach been banned because he spoke his mind about the poor refereeing decisions. So definitely something that we need to look at in the future from World Rugby. But as we said, let's quickly go and have a run through the England lineup. We've already gone through the South African team lineup. We'll do it a little bit later on again as well, as we are about an hour away from kickoff. So let's go and have a look at the England side. Freddie Stewart at fullback, Tommy Freeman and Johnny May on the wings, with Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell in the midfield, and then Marcus Smith and Jack van Poortvliet in the halfback combination now. For the guys who watched my preview earlier, Freddie Stewart, probably the best fullback this year in World Rugby. Tommy Freeman, a new guy that's coming very well for this England side. We all know the capabilities of Johnny May. And then outside here, Lenny and Lukanya I think that Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell is the best midfield combination in World Rugby at the moment, along with Gary Ringrose and Robbie Henshaw, as well as Rico Ioane and David Avili. But this one, a very solid combination. And attacking-wise, very solid with Owen Farrell with the little kicks over the top. Manu Tuolangi, strong runner. Farrell, good defender. So it's going to be tough for the South African side today against the likes of Tuolangi and Farrell. And then Marcus Smith, probably one of the breakthrough fly-offs in World Rugby the last 2 years, playing some exceptional rugby when the pack of forwards were dominating, which might not be the case today. And we'll see how he lines up against the South African side. But expect a lot of support from the inside from Owen Farrell as well. And then Jack van Poortvliet, the youngster who's also coming through very well for England at number 9, keeping Ben Youngs on the bench for this game as well today. Then looking at the forwards, Billy Vunipolo, Tom Curry and Alex Coles in the loose trio, Johnny Hill and Maro Itoje in the lock combination, then Carl Sinclair, Jamie George and Marco Vunipolo in the front row combination. And we all know Billy Vunipolo, exceptional player, at one stage probably the best number 8 in World Rugby. He's going to be up against the green player of Evan Roos today, who is going to have a massive game against the likes of Vunipolo and Tom Curry. And then Tom Curry himself is a great player as well. The breakdown, I don't know too much about Alex Coles, but it definitely will be interesting to see how he's going to fare up against the likes of Evan Roos and Mostert and Kulisi. Then Johnny Hill and Maro Itoje, like I said, a lot of questions as to who's the better lock in World Rugby between Maro Itoje and Eben Etzebeth. I don't think there's a clear answer each time that they play against each other, but I think Eben has proven himself this year to be a vital number 4 and probably the best in the world. For some reason, World Rugby decided that Tide Burn were better than him, but that left there the likes of Carl Sinclair and Marco Vunipolo along with Jamie George, I think was the 2019 World Cup combination with guys like Luke Cowan, Dickie Ellis, Jens and Will Stewart still to come for them in that front row. That's why I said earlier this week, Thomas Dutoit, when coming off the bench, will probably play against the best scrum in World Rugby, apart from Kitshoff and Malherbe, in the likes of Ellis, Jens and Will Stewart. And Luke Cowan, Dickie, I think by far a better hooker than Jamie George, but they're going for the experience this time round. Then Sam Simmons, very similar to that of Kwagga Smith. I think David Ribbons, not having played too many test matches, are in the same category maybe as of Marvin Urie. And then Ben Youngs, Henry Slate and Jack Noel, bringing a lot of experience to this England side as well. So it's going to be all up there to play. I think it's going to be the game of the forwards, and whoever dominates in the pack of 8 will lay the foundation for the backline to do whatever they want to do. And then obviously, if we're going for that kicking game, then we need to make sure that our kicking game is spot on, because Owen Farrell and Marcus Smith will definitely go for some 50-22s, maybe a chip kick over the top, looking for a bit of space in behind. It's going to be a tough day at the office for Billy Leroux and Damien Willems if this pack of forwards from England are going to dominate this game. But that left there, let's go through a few comment sections there. Johnny Douglas says, I think it's a bit rough. Rassie making very valid points. World Rugby must ease up on Rassie. And that's what I said. If you don't talk nonsense, then you can't be pinned for not talking nonsense. And like I said, I hope that the meeting between World Rugby and Rassie were positive like they said it was going to be. And really looking forward to that. Brandon Jabber says, today we must see what team we actually have. The one that lost to Ireland and France due to compounding moments of individual disaster, or the one that only thrives against weak teams like Italy. And that's true as well. We need to step up today and really get into the rhythm today as well. Yanni Meyer says, if there are no red and yellow cards against us, we stand a better chance than even cards. And then also Anthony says, difficult line, Rusty's training. Do we need input to come from coaches or the media? Pay refs better for the performance, and to be honest, the TV ref have been horrendous. That is true as well. Pittman says Boca 28, England 24 today. And then also Morris Manuel says there need to be independent committee for refs with some independent committee members, and World Cup executive needs to be more independent. So yeah, that is all true at this stage, guys. And Johnny Douglas says Boca 36, England 19. Also, Pittman says Boca 28, 24. Did we have another one there? Mari Otto said Springboks 63-10. And then Anthony says Curry was great for the Lions. Big test for Russ. And then Johnny Douglas says, Maury, let's hope so. So with that, let's go and have a look at what Malcolm Marx and Damien Dialendi had to say during the week.
Working immediately with Ashfaq.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, congrats to you guys, Malcolm and Damien, for your selection to the World Team of the Year. Great achievement there. Firstly, how does that feel for you guys? And then secondly, just for Malcolm, the England pack, they're always a big challenge, especially at home. What have you guys thought of, what to come up with to try and counter the physicality, especially in the malls?
Yeah, I think we know that how good England's pack is. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what we've come up with, but yeah, obviously we've worked really hard this week on focusing on ourselves and where we can improve from last week's games and the weeks before that. Obviously, we've seen England's pack and how good they are and how dominant they've been. So we do know it is going to be a great challenge for us at set piece. But yeah, I think we're all looking forward.
Ross?
So sorry, Zina, maybe just Damien can answer on the World Team of the Year thing.
It's nice. Obviously, it would have been a lot more sweeter if we had it. Well, I wouldn't say we were bad as a team, but I think if we won a couple more games this year, it would have been a lot better for us as a team going forward. But yeah, I think without the help of the other players around Malcolm and myself, we wouldn't be in the position where we are. So in the individual, it is great, but yeah, we want to get things right as a team, and we want to be a lot more consistent than what we have been since we've been in Europe.
Ross, you can go.
Thank you. Thanks, Zina. How's it, guys? Damien, obviously, it was a really good win over Italy this past weekend. So has the mood in the camp just been really positive this week, building up to the England game? And for yourself, how was it playing at 13? Did you quite enjoy that change? Was it a bit different to what you're used to? And are you sort of happy to be back at 12, or do you really not mind?
The mood has been pretty much the same. Yeah, every week, a few of us as players, we sit down and we chat, and we are incredibly blessed by the work that our coaching staff put in. So we treat every team the same. We'll give Italy, we'll give Tonga, especially when we played Canada and Namibia in the 2019 World Cup, we gave them the same amount of respect that we give any other team that we play against. So the amount of analysis that our coaches get through and they give to us as players, I think we are incredibly blessed and we're very lucky. So the attitude will always be the same. The intensity at training might differ from week to week depending on how we feel and what we want to come up with on the weekend. Yeah, and playing 12 or 13, I don't really mind. It was nice playing 13. So there's a bit more space, wider channels, and I think this past week against Italy, we managed to get the ball there quite a bit, which is quite nice. So that was our plan for the weekend, and hopefully, if things go well for us this week, hopefully we can get the ball to the wider channels again. It's nice to see guys like Kirtley, and hopefully we can get Mapimpi into space, because when they are running at full tilt, it's nice to watch. So as I play 12 or 13, hopefully get the ball to the channels again.
Ashfaq?
Damien, just on that, people who followed you from a young age and know you from Cape Town know the skill set that you have. But a lot of Bulk fans may give you some stick for being sort of a battering ram. I know that's the game plan, and you have to get over the advantage line. But it must have been refreshing to be able to sort of show off your skills a bit more, and like you say, create the space for the guys out wide too. You must enjoy it to have a bit of a break from running into forwards.
Yeah, it was nice. Obviously, that is our game plan from time to time. Obviously, we know we're not going to be dominant throughout the whole game, so it is tough running into 3 or 4 forwards at once. But yeah, like Malcolm and myself and all other guys in the team, we're here to serve each other. So whether I have to bash it up 10 times a game or once and we can get the ball wide, I'll do that. So.
Justin?
Thank you, Sina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Malcolm, net vir jou asseblief in Afrikaans as jy nie omgee nie. Nie die algemene. Hey? Not gonna happen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Dukes, are you? I think you should be all right then.
No,
Hey?
I'm just a bit worse than Malcolm.
All right, Malcolm, we'll stick to you then in English, if you don't mind. Then, just from that forward pack, and I think just from a competition point of view, it does appear to be a very healthy position that you guys find yourselves in, whereby the coaches, when all these oaks are available and fit, there's selection sort of headache. I mean, for you guys as players, is that also a good thing, knowing that there's healthy competition and you guys just really want to continue to fight hard for that bench place or that starting position?
Yeah, definitely. I think the competition within our own team is healthy, makes us better players. Obviously, knowing that there's different players pushing for the same position as you, you obviously want to improve, and that helps the whole team improve, I think, as a whole. So, I think having good competition and players sort of pushing each other in the right direction, that can only benefit the team at the end of the day.
Guys, any further questions from online? And Ross?
Thanks again. Malcolm, one of the things this season is, you guys have been sort of stopped in the malls in certain games and stuff. Have you guys been working hard on how to try and, fix that during a game when the team manages to work that out? As, some games you guys have been absolutely dominant, and then other games you sort of get stopped in your tracks. So has that been something you've been working hard on?
Yeah, I think it's something we work hard on every week. As Dukes and them do their things for the backs, the forwards do the same thing. We work as hard as we can on each area, not just the areas that we want to improve on. So we have there are games where we haven't stopped, but there's also been games where we've been dominant. So I think obviously the team leaders and the guys that lead those specific areas of the game obviously come up with plans on the pitch as we go. So I think it's been managed pretty well.
Guys, we are going to switch to the floor. I see there's 2 hands up, Ashfaq and Adnan. Ashfaq, you've already asked, so we'll give Adnan this gap, and then if there's a chance, we'll come back to you once we've had questions from the media in attendance. So Adnan, you can go.
Thanks, Gina. Just wanted to ask Malcolm, I'm not sure if it was asked before, just for his inclusion in the dream team, and also Damien.
Yeah, it was, but Duke's answered. But I think just to latch on to what Duke said, I think without the team, the individual sort of nothing. So I don't think it's just the names that are there. I think it's with the whole team, how everybody contributed, not just as the 23 on the field, but the whole squad that's on the tour. So I don't think sort of take that as an individual accolade, but as a team, it's been special to be be around a bunch of guys that care, that are willing to give everything every week.
Questions, Avia? Indra?
Damien, talking the off the field stuff one side, I see a very tight Springbok group on tour. Do you agree, and what makes the group tight?
Yeah, I fully agree. I think we all get along very well. Yeah, I think we got good cohesion inside the squad. think everyone respects each other. There's no hierarchy, which is nice, but there is that level of respect for the guys that have been around for a long time, or even a guy with the first cap, he gets the same amount of respect. So, yeah, I think I wouldn't say we're not comfortable. I think we come into training every day and we work as hard as what we did the week before and the day before. But yeah, there is that level of respect. I think a lot of us have been together for quite a while now as well, which also helps. Malcolm started in 2016. He's been around. I started in 2014, and some other guys also started 2014 and 2013. So I think a lot of us have been around for about 5 or 6 years, and to be together for that long, I think we get a lot better understanding of each other, and hopefully carry on building with that. And hopefully we can make many more happy moments together.
Damien, as you rightly said, that you've been around since 2014, but what would it mean for you guys to Twickenham? You weren't part of the 2014 side, but you've been part of the other games where things haven't gone quite well.
Yeah, I don't think I've played against England and beaten them at Twickenham. I have won a game or two, yeah, but it was against other international teams. But yeah, it would be incredible. I mean, it's always a tough encounter. They're also a great team, and they've been also up and down these past few games. So I wouldn't say it's a weakness, but yeah, I think from 2018 we were very close. Last year we were very close, and hopefully this year we can turn things around.
What makes them so difficult to play against, and what makes them so hard to play against at Twickenham? What's different about Twickenham that's different about every other ground? You've won in Wellington, won in Yokohama, but what about Twickenham that's been tricky, and about England that's been tricky at Twickenham?
Yeah, I don't know. I think last year, I thought we played well in patches. I don't think we played well consistently enough. I think hopefully we'll be a lot more consistent this weekend on the field. Yeah, we had a few moments last year where we should have won the game, and obviously gave away a soft try, that line out, the set piece line out, and then there was a few silly penalties we gave away. Those last 5 minutes, I think everybody got a yellow card, which was a bit of a harsh call as well. But felt like those last 5-10 minutes we maybe wanted to overdo it, maybe lost a bit of composure. We tried to force things to try and get the ball back, try and win the game. Just maybe forcing ourselves a bit too much, gave away silly penalties. So yeah, we have learned about it. We have spoken about it as a group, and hopefully we can get things right on Saturday.
Damien, is this a good chance to get that first win for yourself at Twickenham against England? They're not in great form themselves, maybe struggling for a couple of nations in a couple of key areas of the pitch. Is this a good opportunity for you guys to win it?
Yeah, it is. It's a great opportunity. I think every time we play them, it's a massive occasion. And, obviously, I can never write them off, especially watching those last 8 minutes against New Zealand last week, by the forward back. And I know there was a bit of negative comments about them kicking the ball out, but I think a lot of teams would have did the same thing. So I think, yeah, we always give them the respect they deserve, and hopefully come Saturday, we'll pitch up, and hopefully, like I said, we'll be a lot more consistent and a lot closer than what we were last year.
I mean, how a vital role does a captain like Sia play to make sure that you stay a tight group?
Yeah, he's incredible. Especially on the field, he's very composed. A lot of us are quite composed, and we all help each other. I know, like Malcolm said now, all have our own departments that we try and look out for on the field. So, yeah, we'll always try and give good messages, give clear messages of what we're trying to achieve on the field, and what's working and what's not working, and what we can do better. But yeah, Sia's incredible. He's playing incredible rugby. He has been for the past 2 or 3 years. So, like Malcolm and I said, we'll always serve the team first, and no matter what Sia asks us on the field, jump on Saturday and give each other runs.
How easy will it be for you guys to just empty the tank on Saturday? It is the last game of what has been a long and season, but that end of the season game is well, where you can just flash out all the energy and then worry about the following year next year.
Yeah, I think we've obviously given our best in every test that we've played in, regardless of the first or the last one. Obviously, things went our way in some, and things didn't in others. So I think the guys are excited and are very, very keen to get out and play against England. Obviously, especially here, where, as Duke said, we haven't really won. Well, I've never won again against them at Twickenham either. So I think the guys are excited. And I think they are keen to enter their tanks.
Just to follow on from that, obviously it's the last game of 2022. The next time he meets up the national squad, countdown will be on for the World Cup as defending champions. Is it important here, you know?
Yeah, tough question to answer, but I don't think any team likes losing. You obviously go onto the field and you obviously want to give your best, and hopefully your best is good enough to win the game. I think the same for us as for England. Both probably want to win this game quite desperately, and obviously into the next year on a high win, on a positive note.
Damien, I know that as individual players, you never worry about individual contests, but what kind of different challenge does a Manu Tuilagi bring as a centre? He's built differently, he runs differently, he plays differently. What kind of different challenge does he bring?
Yeah, I think if you can just stop him on the game line, I think that's pretty good. I mean, he's a devastating runner. I haven't seen him, obviously, I haven't played against him, I don't know him that well personally, so yeah, but by the looks of it, he has lost a bit of weight and he looks in good condition. So yeah, whether he plays or whether anyone else plays, I'm looking forward to the challenge on Saturday.
I think Malcolm, not just a contest that we've seen the people. Again, one really seems stopped clearly on the game line, but how do you see that panning out? I mean, Irvan has played very well. I mean, even in the URC, he did make a lot of bigger forwards look silly. Dwayne was an example in one of the, I think, one of the Ulster games. So just that contest, how excited does that contest make you?
Extremely excited. He's obviously a great rugby player, and I'm excited to see him start, especially against a team like England on the weekend. I think it is going to be a great matchup to see how they go at each other. I think not only me or the rest of the world are keen to see how it goes. So yeah, I think it is going to be a challenging one. His experience and how many tests he's played for England, and obviously Ivan's experience of playing so well in the URC. I think, yeah, it's going to be a great matchup.
Finally, from my side, one of you guys can answer this, but do you feel that Saturday's game will be a proper advertisement of the health of Test rugby around the world? Because I mean, every team is beating other. A lot of teams have been beating each other. I mean, England go into this game having lost Argentina. You guys beat Argentina twice, but Argentina also beat New Zealand and Australia this year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. Looking forward to the challenge, and yeah, it's going to be incredible. Seeing the atmosphere and by the crowd sings, but yeah, just excited to play on Saturday.
Awesome. Guys, just before you leave this, just focus one question from Ashfaq, and then Thomas can come in. Ashfaq?
Thank you, Zina. To Damien and perhaps Malcolm can also come in here. I see Rassie is on the call, but I know he's not allowed to answer, so I'll ask you, Damien. As the penny drop, he's not allowed to. As a penny dropped for the Springbok team, Damien, in terms of attack. We saw it in the 2019 final, what you guys are capable of, and glimpses here and there, but certainly against France, even though you lost, and last week against Italy, it was noticeable that the mindset seemed quite a bit different, that, almost like the first option was to hold on to the ball and play with width, whereas perhaps other times is to take it up the middle, box kick and those kind of things. And I mean, it was great results in terms of execution and tries and some wonderful plays there. Is that the way forward for you guys, or is that just depending on the situation?
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit of both. I think us as a group, we have to improve. Yeah, it was tough. We didn't play in 2020, so couldn't make other plans. And then obviously 2021 we played the British Irish line, so we hadn't been together as a group for almost 2 years after winning the World Cup. And obviously we couldn't change much because we weren't together or hadn't seen each other for so long. So Yeah, I think last year just being together again for the first time in a long time. I think it was just to get a feel for each other again and get things going again. And I think this year we have tried a lot of new things, mostly in the Rugby Championship and interviewed in the Nation Series now. So yeah, and we will always look to improve, and I think we are heading in the right direction. We obviously. Sorry, cramping, sorry. So we always look to improve, but yeah, we know that starts with our basics, and we need to get our basics a lot better. And I think we have done that quite well over these past few weeks. So hopefully, come next year, we will have developed a lot more as players, and then hopefully we can develop as a team as well.
And just from Malcolm, just from your side on that also, I mean, try and shifting contact instead of just going straight at defenders.
Yeah, I think Duke's pretty much summed it up pretty well. Obviously, the 2 years that we hadn't been together, and then as we come back together last year and playing again. Yeah, I think we're obviously trying stuff and obviously trying to improve as a team, not just as individuals.
Right, guys, so that was the press conference from Malcolm Marx and also from Damien Dialendi. As we're getting closer to the kickoff of this game, kickoff starts at 19:30 South African time, and we're about 40 minutes away from kickoff here. So do hang around. We are still going to look at the press conference from Sia Kolisi and Wandile Stick a little bit later on. And then we're going to get into full swing on the channel as well. So looking at some of the comments, Dion Kuchlenberg said, goeienaand almal, ek sal net die eerste halfuur saam kan kyk en daarna is dit load shedding. Pietman says, Dion, do yourself a guns and kry jou inverter. En Pietman also says, Brandon sê kyk nie Guru nie en ons kyk nie Netflix nie. So alles is weer rustig hier. So referring to Charlie Staron there. And Brandon Hubert says that Pietman, one of the 44 I see. And then Pietman also, Dion asking how much does the inverter cost and how does it work? So yeah, it's always good to get a generator or a inverter for you guys. It's helped me a lot throughout the season as well. And hopefully we will see some really good rugby here for those of you who does have an inverter or a generator going. So yeah, we're about 40 minutes away from kickoff. Let me get that press conference going between Mzwandile Stick and Sia Kolisi earlier this week.
Can I ask you, I'm going to ask the easiest question today. Just briefly, give us an idea of how your week was in England, sir. Are you guys getting a red carpet treatment there in England? And is Coach Eddie Jones perhaps delivering a bunch of roses to you guys?
It's been really good. I think the weather has been good, and we've really we've worked hard and we've enjoyed ourselves being here. And I mean, it's a familiar hotel, Lensbury Hotel. They always look after us, so it's really been a proper week of training. We worked hard. We got a taste of rain, cold days, and some days were sunny. So yeah, it's been an English week. It's been good.
Ross.
Thanks, Ina. How's it, guys?
Ross.
Good to see you back. I'm sure that Sia's happy to have his partner in crime back. Sia, before the season started, Yokes obviously had plans in place of what you wanted to achieve over it. Just before the England match now, have you guys achieved most of those plans? And, how has it progressed over the year ahead of your last game?
I think we did get a lot of answers that the coaches were looking for, and yeah, we obviously wanted to get them while we were winning, but we lost 2 games now at the end of the year, at the end of the year tour, the autumn series. But I think tomorrow's game is important for us. The result is very much important, especially for our tour and also for momentum going forward. So we We haven't thought too much about what has happened and everything. It's just been this game. That's what we're focusing on this week, and we want to make sure that we finish the year off well.
Justin?
Thank you, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Coach Tucker, this one for you. It feels as if it was the other day that you guys left, for the tour. However, I think it's honest enough to say that it must be like a very long time for you guys. Is that something that you ever really get used to, as a management, as a squad, where these lengthy times away from home, together, is that something you guys ever get used to and just kind of work on, or is it you just accept it for it easily?
Yeah, Justin, I think, to be honest about it, it's part of our job. I think a lot of us, we've signed in our job knowing that this is the challenge you're going to have to go through. And the nice thing about the end of the year tour is you don't have time to think too much or breathe, Week in, week out, there's a different challenge, and we play every weekend. So I must be honest and say, for me, it's not really that tough, because like I said, there's not a lot of time to think too much, Week in, week out, you've got a different challenge, and from that I knew this was going to happen.
What happened?
It's flat.
Just to finish on the question that you had earlier on, like I said, the nice thing about the end of the year tour, you don't have time to think too much, and every week you've got a different challenge, because you're playing week in, week out. So that is something that I personally, as a coach, I enjoy, So, and we knew when you come end of the year tour, you don't have time to complain and miss home, Even though yes, we do miss home, but I think we're enjoying the challenge. Like Sia said earlier on, I think we had a great week so far, and so yeah, we're looking forward to the game. Big game for us to finish the tour, and excited for the challenge also.
Mike?
Sia, let's be honest. England versus South Africa is one of the juiciest games on the calendar. The last few years, there's always some needle going back to Farrell days, and just tell us what it's like to play such a big game, and do you expect it to be any different tomorrow in terms of needle?
I think it's always heated. I think the rivalry goes way back, and I think when you see the game on the calendar, it gets you excited because it's hard to win here, and it's a stadium with a rich history, and a lot of people who played never get the opportunity to play or win. I've never won at Twickenham before, so yeah, I don't think it's gonna be any different tomorrow. Both teams are gonna give it everything in a packed stadium, so I'm really looking forward to it, and the boys are ready for it too. And yeah, there might be heat at the beginning of the game or in the middle of the game or the end, but yeah, so it never there's never a dull moment in one of those games.
Guys, let's take a couple of questions from the floor first.
You say you've never won at Twickenham. Is that a big bucket list thing of yours to beat England at Twickenham? How many times have you played?
Only once I think I played here before. Last year. That was my first time, I think. Yeah. On the bucket list. I just want to win all the time. Yeah.
Eddie Jones was saying yesterday that he's got such a clear memory of 2019 and what that felt to him, the final and the defeat, and it replays in his head a lot. In a positive sense, does that keep you guys going, that that's what you can do to England, particularly on a day like that when it all comes together?
No, we've got a clear memory of what happened last year. So it'll be 2019 was a long time ago. They were a different team. We've got a lot of the guys that were there then, some guys retired now, some guys can't play in this game, so it's completely different. So we can't be looking at that and using it as motivation. We lost last year, so we don't have to look that far. And yeah, we're hungry as this new group. We want to do ourselves proud tomorrow and want to make it a good game and hopefully win.
What hurts about the defeat last year?
The defeat. That's what hurts. Yeah, it's just a defeat. Yeah, and it was because it was a close game, very close game, and the opportunities that we left out there too.
Yeah.
Is there any member of the England pack that you have a particularly hard time against that you look ahead to and think that it's a particularly outstanding player?
I think they're all good. They've been amazing players. Can count. I can go down the whole team. They're great players. I think Owen Farrell's a great leader. He's good. I've spoken to guys that he's played with. You know how hard he is on the guys, and I think Marcus Smith has done very well from the moment he started playing. You know, he hasn't. You know, everybody has spoken big about him, and he's doing it now on international level. You know, Alice Genge is Alice Genge. He does what he does, and you know, and Maro is very good in the line out and controlling, you know, the set piece and stuff like you said, messing up the opposition's set piece. So they're an amazing team. They're really a good team, all of them. So it's hard in general, you know, to play against them. That's why it's hard to win at the stadium like this. And you saw what they did last week, coming back like that with 10 minutes to go. You know, that tells you a lot about them.
Does the way that they played in that last 10 minutes make them dangerous this week, particularly at the start of the match?
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You can't. I mean, that's the way we play last week. Gonna make us dangerous. You know, I can't. We can't think like that. We just gotta. We can focus on what we can control. Is our intensity on how we start the game, and you know, when you wanna play a certain way, sometimes. You know, a test match is all about who's getting their way in the game, you know, and sometimes it goes in periods. Sometimes you get it at the beginning, or you get it later in the game. So yeah, I know they'll probably want to play like that, and with the guys that are coming off the bench, you know, they've obviously got a plan for that.
You talked about Ellis Genge. He's on the bench tomorrow. Have you noticed a change in the way that opponents use their bench since the bomb squad became such an effective weapon for you?
Yeah. Everyone had a problem with the bomb squad now. Everybody's doing it. It's funny how the world works. Right? But yeah, people are. It works. That's the thing. It works. Depending on the way you play as well. You know, for some teams it won't work, depending like what kind of style of rugby you play, and I think it will work for a team like England, because we play similar to the way that we play with the kicking game and everything. Because when you have to work as a forward at all times, back and forth with the kicking, it's tough on the big guys. So when you bring in new guys with new energy, you know, who are as good, that's the important thing about Bomstar. The bench must be as good as the guys at the start, and there shouldn't be a difference. That's why competition is so important amongst teammates. And when we scrum against each other, how hard you go, because you want to make the other guy better, not going soft, you know, and giving him confidence. No, you go flat out, because so that he knows when he comes off and you coming on, he knows it's just going to keep on climbing like that.
But do you see it as flattering when you see other teams picking their own bomb squads?
Sorry?
Do you see it as flattering when other teams are picking their own
No,
bomb squads?
I just laugh, because, you know, people had a lot to say about when we did it, you know, and now it's becoming fashion. Everybody's doing it. Yeah.
So has it been a challenge for you as the captain to block out the external noise over the last couple of weeks with everything around the Razzie situation and stuff? Has that been difficult? Because there's already a lot of pressure on you as Springboks, but you've got that added into it as well.
When we focus, like, nothing stops. Work carries on. Doesn't matter what happens, and that's where we are fortunate in. But coming from South Africa, not everything is perfect. You know, you can have all your plans, then you get something like load shedding. You plan a party and everybody's going, then load shedding, there's no electricity, you know. So that's who we are. You know, nothing is gonna be so bad that we must like freak out. You know, these things happen and we learn from it. And if it happened before and we didn't learn from it, then that's no good. So we've been through all of these challenges, you know, and it's a good thing going to next year. Not only with everything else, I think we as a team, you know, we lost kickers, we lost our TEMs, and everybody went down. Now we found new guys who can actually kick and going forward, and we tried a new style of play, you know, and going next year, there's nothing that we wouldn't have faced, you know, and now no challenge we haven't faced as a team. So, yeah, we just keep on and moving forward. And the important thing is the togetherness of us as a group going forward, and knowing and also respecting the opposition. We could, like last week against Italy, if we were worrying about everything else, it would have shown big disrespect to Italy, you know, and they're a great team, and you've seen some of the teams that they've beaten.
Does that galvanise you, that kind of sense of the world's against us?
We don't think the world is against us, you know. No, we don't think like that.
We are part of the world.
Yeah, it's not South Africa and then the world. It's part of, and we're not the only team that faces challenges, and every single team faces is just different, you know, on the challenge for each team. But our slogan is still let the main thing stay the main thing, you know, and the main thing is rugby. No matter what, everything else that happened in between is a sideshow. And like for us as a team, no one is more important than the team. The team is the most important, the Springboks, and most importantly, the country. People expect us to deliver. No matter what we face, we can't be making excuses and say, yeah, I don't think we'll be welcome home if we ever make that kind of excuse.
Do you wish it wasn't a problem though, because there is something that Razzie could control? He doesn't need to go out and do that. Do you wish that he didn't, because it adds more pressure, it adds more noise and everything?
You know, I actually don't want to talk about it because it's a very sensitive thing. You know, anything I say could be written the wrong way. You know, but we're learning as we're going. We're learning and hopefully, you know, something is reached that you know, both parties are happy and is spoken about going forward. And yeah, I just hope it's just gets resolved, you know, going forward, because I think, yeah, I think it's good for rugby, you know, to have that kind of stuff resolved, because we're all part of the rugby family, and families do fight, families don't see eye to eye at times, but the most important is this: we are all ambassadors of rugby, and hopefully we can, you know, learn from these things and move forward together much stronger than it was before. You know, you can always use difficult periods, you know, you can always use like adversity for good sometimes. It's all about how you see it, and hopefully something great comes out of this. There's a better solution in going forward between coaches, directors, and world rugby. I really, from the bottom of my heart, hope something more positive comes out of it, because at the moment it's not good for rugby in general.
Plastic, beke waphawula manje uMarcus samkhumbuza noDemir. Akuphawule nje manje lambi bazabanayo. Sikhumbule mhlawumbe ukhe wadibana noMarcus exesha kusaqeqesha nge-2011 bakhe banqubana. Kanti balisele nje manje lambi lokhu unobona kwabadlali bekhula kubabili.
Yeah, I think xa ubajongile bobabini, they both exciting players, yabona, and nomdlalo wabo usimile because of players ezimbini ezine-expect, and bobabini basebancinci. And ndiyayithanda nami i-confidence indlela adlala ngayo mfana kaMarcus. Uyambona noko i-experience around yena, noko uyagaina i-experience kabadlali abasecam kwakhe, and ne-confidence abamnika yona. So nendlela wadlala ngayo last year against thina, khumbula kaloku sasiluzile wayekhona apha ebaleni, and i-record lakhe to esibalini kalamini I had 100%. So I think bona basendaweni enhle kakhulu kwela cala, and nathi indawo esithandayo kakhulu ngoDamian Williams, simphe ithuba elininzi ngokuka number 10 bakwazi setlisha, ubonile moments akwazi uzi-create for i-teammate. So into eke eyona enye battle esijoge phambili kakhulu kuyo ngomso, but once again like usiyala lebethethe kakhulu, sininzi i-department apha kuthi esiqondayo bathina njengeqela noko kudala si-improve indlela edlala ngayo. Uyabona kukho i-balance kule sinakho i-kicking game nendlela esi-atheka ngayo, uyabona, because abantu abaninzi soloko bejonge ba-Springboks as i-team ye-set pieces ne-kicking only, uyabona, but now uyabona kwi-players sifumana i-confidence indlela eziyivula ngayo ibhola ihamba esandleni. So eyona nto ibalulekileyo uba ngomso elona qela liza-execute kakuhle iplan yabo, I think bazawube sendaweni right kwi-scoreboard.
Wena ke siya ile nto Benyibe kufuneka iwine nako njengoba umdlalo wangaphambili ke ubukela u-Evan Ross ezawugila napha nolendo nobhekile volleyball kunjalo uvuyeni umtshana lona mani bodibana lo mdlali mani okuthanda ukuhlupha abanye number 8 uvuya kanjani lo mtshana njengenqobo yakhe noba sepractice njengothetha ngalo mdlalo sazodibana noBhili?
No, uvuyela umdlalo akavuyela udlala against uBhili. Into ebalulekileyo for yena adlala umdlalo wakhe Ivan and liphupha lakhe eli udlala amabhokobhoko and ufumana elithuba kule team sikuyo namhlanje. I think sidlala ehlobo udlala ngalo leli hlobo athanda udlala ngalo yena especially ngoku uphela unyaka. And no, siyamvuyela kakhulu and uyavuya, yeah, uyavuya anawo amanye amagama ungaxela wona, but yeah, kuzobalekela thina simsupport sibe khona for yena ngomso and udlala namadoda namava phakathi kwami noSosi, so sabe sendlebeni yakhe simcourage imini yonke.
You and myself agree.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, we're gonna just have Sia for like 2 more minutes, then he can go. Then we'll leave Stick on for just another 5 minutes because we started late. Okay, so if you have any questions for Sia, ask now.
So just wondering what you made of Tom Curry as an opponent. You faced him in the Lions tour as well.
Yeah, he's good. He's just proper. He's hard on the ground. He's a hard hitter. He can tackle hard and he can can play. I remember playing against him 2018. You know, he got a man of the match the last game, and he's a good bloke as well. But yeah, he's on the ground. That's where he lives. That's where he works. And obviously, it's my job as an open side flanker to stop that from happening. And I think it's going to be a vital battle for the game on Saturday. You know, because he does get in the breakdown and he gets in quickly. So yeah, and he can play in general. I think he's got experienced guy next to him with Willie. You know, he'll get the license to go on the floor.
Any questions for Stick?
Can I ask a question about Evan Roos and what he brings? We've not seen too much of him over here.
Yeah, I think Evan Ross, if you look at what he has achieved so far with the Stormers, and the nice thing is that he's been through our systems. I'm talking about junior levels now with the Springboks and the SA schools. He's a player with great potential. We know he's got plenty of games waiting for him to play for the Springboks, and the way he plays, most especially in the open spaces, you know. So, but once again, it's going to be a different challenge for him, because I know one thing for sure: the higher you go, the tougher it gets when it comes to finding the right spaces. You know, playing against England, I don't think it's going to be an easy game because of it's a top class side. So I think the challenge with him tomorrow is not only he mustn't make it personal, you know, where he tries to focus on himself only. We've got a system in place, and that system creates a lot of brilliant moments to our players around. So once again, I think if he can just make sure that he does his job very well, then later on in the game, maybe he might get those opportunities to run into space. But once again, like Sia said, we're going to have to grind. It's going to be a tough game. England, they've selected a proper, strong squad. And yeah, it's going to be tough. So for him, I'm just excited, you know, and it's been coming. We knew that it's coming, but he just needed to wait for his opportunity, you know. And I think you can't ask for any better opportunity to play against England at Twickenham, you know. Sia mentioned very historical venue between the two teams also. So yeah, I'm excited and just looking forward to seeing him on the field.
Yeah, actually I know him since he was in school. He we had to take mentors when I was at the Stormers, and he's one of the young guys that had to be mentored. I'm not sure who mentored him at the time, and I watch him play. We have these big derbies between two schools, and he was big and he can run, he can pass. And I saw him play in the derby, and he was just dominating. And then I got to meet him at the field. They brought like the upcoming guys that the union wanted to take, and I met him there, and I told him how much I love how he plays, and I told him I would follow his career, and I did that. And we started being in contact. He started playing with the Sharks. Didn't go too great for him there. He didn't get a lot of opportunities, and then he went back to the Stormers. He went back home, and then he started coming on his own, you know, and he started playing the way that the Stormers played, suited his game plan, and he became the main ball carrier. And I love that, you know, at such a young age he faced such a difficult period where he wasn't playing, he was probably not happy, he's missing his family and everything. And in our team, I think a lot of us have gone through those things, and they're different for everybody. And he's been here and he's been holding bags and everything, you know. Some of us have had to wait far longer than some of the younger guys, you know. I went for a whole year just holding bags, but being invited just to hold the bag made me want to be here and just seeing how things go. And for him, man, he's got the world on his feet, you know, and he's got a great group of guys. Tomorrow is a perfect opportunity for him to test himself, you know, and it's England and Twickenham. What more could he ask for? I actually saw a picture of him, it was quite cute. He was at Twickenham when he was young, and now he's back there again. And we have his back tomorrow, you know. That's the great thing about this team. We have nice systems that can protect you, but at the same time, you can be who you are. And the biggest thing for us is to let him know that there's no wrong choice that he makes. If he chooses a choice tomorrow, you must go flat out and give it everything you can, and know that we have his back. So I'm looking forward to see him play tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Cool. Sia's got to go, but we'll have Sticky for another 2 minutes or so. Sorry, he's got a massage. Sorry, guys.
Sure, good.
Interesting point that Sia raises about Ievan in particular having moved around. How critical is patience in the development of players? I think you would have seen that there's been an outcry for players like Mani, players like Ievan. Any player that excels at domestic level to be given a run immediately in the national team. How critical is that? Not delayed development process, but guiding a player and guiding them properly into the system.
I think it's the nature of the game, Kanye. So if you look at, I'll probably go to most of the players in our squad. Some of them had to wait for their opportunities. If you look at a guy like Malcolm Max, there was a time when Malcolm Max also was always on the bench for the guys that were there before him. And then all of a sudden, Malcolm Max now became world-class hooker, you know. Sia Kolisi was sitting here next to me. He just explained that he had to also carry conduct shields, you know, for the whole year, you know, until he got his opportunity. So unfortunately, it's a nature of the game where sometimes you just need to wait for your right opportunity, you know. And I'm just glad mentally, I think Evan Ross is in a good space and is mentally tough. Like Sia said, he went through the tough time with the Sharks where he didn't get an opportunity. So that also sometimes helps you as a human being, makes you stronger. And you can't ask for better preparations like that, do you understand? Because of even on Saturday tomorrow, it's not going to be easy for him. You're playing against well physical class players like the Vunipolas, you know. So I think he's in a good space, and I think he has also matured in his game. I've worked with him in the training field. Like, there's no cruise button when it comes to him. He always work hard. So yeah, I think he deserves this opportunity.
Do you feel like tomorrow's result, whether you win or lose, will it define everything that you've done this year? Because it is England, it is a team that South Africa have struggled against at home, struggled against here in England, but also with the kind of results the Boks had, they'll win 2 games, lose 2 games. So there has been that element of inconsistency, but the Boks do go into this game on the back of another winning, even though it was Italy.
Yeah, I think from my side, being in a Springbok environment, the goal is always to win, irrespective of who you're playing against. The goal is always to win, and same goes as tomorrow playing against England. The goal is to win again. So, you know, and when it comes to the tour, there's a lot of positive things that we, even irrespective of what the results are tomorrow, there are a lot of positive things that we as a team, you know, I think we've got a lot of answers from, you know, because we played against the number 1 and number 2 teams in the world, you know, where we came close, you know, lost one game with three points, and then the other one lost by 4 points, you know, with the red card, you know. So there's a lot of positive things, and like how we've developed our game, you know, because if you look at with the game against France, you know, where we've created a lot of opportunities to score tries, and against Italy, to be able to score 9 tries. I know a lot of people, they forget about what Italy has done before our game. It was a tough game for us. Even the first half, we had to grind against Italy. They've beaten Australia, who we've lost earlier on in the year against them. So we scored 9 tries, but we had to grind against Italy. So it's the same thing against England tomorrow. If we don't win the game, we'll be disappointed that we didn't win against England, not because of what the outcomes are for the tour. Do you understand? Because of, once again, in the past 3 games we've played, there's a lot of positive things that we can take from them, and I think we're in a good space. We're in a good space towards the World Cup. But once again, we haven't beaten England at Twickenham for the past 8 years, so it's going to be massive, and our goal is to win tomorrow. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Guys will be sending out the recording.
Right, guys. So that is it for the press conferences. We're about 10 minutes away from the kickoff to this game, and it's going to be a really interesting game. Like I said, we're very close to kickoff here between the two sides. So let's get that scoreboard up and running as well. Like I said, just about 10 minutes away from kickoff to this important game here. And let's quickly go through a couple of comment sections here. As Philip Laram says, if they use Ruas at the back of the scrum to the SA line will be dangerous. Ruas is a good player. Only thing that counts against him is the ex of the England side that will show his talent today. So it's gonna be a tough game. I know up against Vunipolo and the likes of Tom Curry, it's gonna be really tough for Ruas. But I'm sure he's a quality player, and he will definitely make it worth his while at that number 8 jersey. Sakabula says go Bokke, and then Katima says box by 10. So it should be interesting to see how this game is going to pan out. Roxanne asked, why don't you show the match on the screen? Unfortunately, Roxanne, we are not allowed to show anything, and it is copyrighted. Angus Gardner will be the referee for today's game. So let's quickly go and have a run through the team lineups here for both sides, starting with the Springboks. And in the back line, we've got Billy Leroux, Kurtley Arendse, Jesse Kriel, Damian Dialendi, Makazola Mapimpi, Damian Willemse, and Faf de Klerk. It's going to be a massive backline effort from the Springboks today. And Billy Leroux and Damian Willemse switching between 10 and 15 today will be vital to the Springbok cause today. And then Kurtley Arendse and Mapimpi needs to finish off when they get the opportunities to do so, as well as Jesse Kriel and Damian Dialendi in the midfield will have to keep Owen Farrell and Manu Tuolangi at bay throughout this game. So, then Damian Willemse and Faf de Klerk at 9 and 10 is going to be really interesting to see how they're going to fare today. Then looking at the forwards, Oxnard, Bongi Bunambi, Frans Malherbe in the front row, Eben Etzebeth and Marvin Orie in the lock combination with Sia Kalisi, Franco Mostert, and Ian van Roos bringing the fire in the loose trio for the Springbok side today. Then also looking at the bench, Malcolm Mark, Steven Kitshoff and Thomas de Tooy, Marco van Stad and Kwagga Smith with Jaden Hendrickse, Manny Lebok and Cannon Moody completing the match 23 for the Springboks today. It is going to be interesting to see how Cannon Moody will fare since he's been out injured for a while now. But hopefully he can bring the spark. Who will forget the try that he scored against Australia when he jumped into the air and took that ball, very similar to last week what Cheslin Colby did for the Boks against Italy. Having a look at the England side real quickly, Freddie Stewart at number 15, Tommy Freeman and Johnny May on the wings with Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell in the midfield, and then Marcus Smith and Jack van Poortvliet, the halfback combination for this game as well. Very good backline, this one. Freddie Stewart, probably one of the best fullbacks at the moment, while Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell, probably the next best after Dialendi and Lukanya And then Marcus Smith and Jack van Poortvliet have been looking really good for this England side in that halfback combination. Then looking at the forwards, Billy Vunipolo, Tom Curry and Alex Cole in the loose trio with Johnny Hill and Maro Itoje in the lock combination, and then Carl Sinclair, Jamie George and Marco Vunipolo in the loose trio. Probably, again, the best pack of front row forwards after Kitshoff and Malherbe and Marx. We are in for a massive game here between the two sides, and especially looking forward to the battle between Billy Bunipolo and the likes of Jeff van Roos today. Tom Curry will need to be held up by Mostert today in what should be a massive game for Franco Mostert as well. Looking at the bench, and this is where I'm getting worried. Luke Cowan-Dickey, Alice James, Will Stewart, David Ribbons, Sam Simmons, Ben Youngs, Henry Slade, and Jack Noel to come off the bench for this England side. Luke Cowan-Dickey, probably for me better than Jamie George. Alice James in that World Player of the Year team. And then Will Stewart did phenomenally well against the All Blacks last week. And then David Ribbons, South African, playing for England now. And Sam Simmons, very similar to that of Kwagga Smith for the Springboks as well. And then Ben Youngs with the experience of 9. Henry Slade in the midfield with Jack Noel on the wing / fullback here for England today. It's going to be a massive occasion and one that I'm really looking forward to. Let's see, Sakabula said, yep, won't be a pushover today. And then Byron says, hi, Guru, thanks for the commentary. And then also Kevin Lynn says, wow, the Wales imploded and threw away a big lead to be beaten by the Wallabies. Yeah, I was actually watching that game while we were doing the match press conferences in the build-up to the Bok game. Again, like I said last week, it's really strange where how things are going, and it's really Georgia beat the Wales last week, and now Wales came very close to beating the Wallabies again. Yes, I know it is a difficult game here for Australia, playing with about 23 players out injured, but again, it just shows you how great this Wallaby side can be. Rassi says, panel van, and then Pietman vra, waar is Guru? I'm right here, Pietman. Why are you asking? Is there problems with the channel, guys? Let me know in the comment section so that we can sort this out right before the game starts. Right, so Sakabula says Rassi is in the pub, and then Rassi op pad na die stadium duck, and then Walker says penalty for England. I hate hearing this. I punch the air every time I hear this. Says Walker. So busy with the national anthems here is South Africa now, and looking forward to a really, really good game. Angela asked why is Moody on the bench? So he's back from injuries, so it makes sense to playing from the bench. Kirtley against May, going to be tough, says Philip Laram. Anthony says, sluk 'n bietjie heuning, jou stem is krakerig. And then also Ronnie says, we need to scrum more, win our lineouts, and take our chances, and no mistakes today. Absolutely, Ronnie. I agree 100% with you. Sakabula says, hy die blou van ons hemel, the Afrikaans version of the national anthem. Walker says, the hype of the English fans. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to pan out. We're very close to the kickoff to this game, and it's the last test of the year, and looking very forward to this one. Roxanne says, I'm very glad Cannon is on the bench, and then Timothy says, me think England will beat us, unfortunately. Yeah, that's my opinion as well, maybe, Timothy, but you never know. The heart of the green and gold always going to believe that they are capable of winning this game, even without all the star players that we've lost to injury, and then also players not available for this one. I still firmly believe that the Boks can pull this one off, and let's hope that it is going to be the case. Lemania says, our anthem in opera sounds stupid. So without further ado, let's once again just go through the team lineups for those of you who have missed it. So Vali Leroux, Kirtley Arends and Makazola in the back three, with Jesse Kriel and Damian Dialendi in the midfield. Then Damian Willems and Faf de Klerk at 9 and 10. Then the forwards, Oxnard, Bongi Bunambi, Frans Malherbe in the front row, Eben Etzebeth and Marvin Orie in the lock combination, and then Sia Kolisi, Franco Mostert and Jeff van Roos in the loose trio. Then on the bench, Malcolm Marx, Steven Kitshoff, Thomas de Toey, Marco van Staden, Kwagga Smith, Jaden Hendrickse, Manny Libok, and Cannon Moody. Then for England, we've got Freddie Stewart, Tommy Freeman, Manu Tuolangi, Owen Farrell, Johnny May, Marcus Smith, and Jack van Poortvliet in the back line. Then the forwards, Billy Vunipolo, Tom Curry, and Alex Skull in the loose trio. Johnny Hill and Maro Itoje in a lock combination with Carl Sinclair, Jamie George, and Marco Vunipolo making up the front row for this game. Then on the bench, Luke Cowan-Dickey, Alice Jenge, Will Stewart, David Ribbons, Sam Simmons, Ben Youngs, Henry Slate, and Jack Noel. Again, like always, I say good luck to each and every one here. And the guy that was singing Destroyed South African Anthem says Roxanne Sire. Luckily, I couldn't hear it. So Pietman says, click on the thumbs up, people. Only 39. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe to the channel, guys. Right, so we're about to get this game underway here, guys. And it's a massive test, this one, for the Springboks. Make or break for some players. Good luck to each and everybody here today. It looks like it's going to be the Springboks to kick off from left to right here on my screen with Angus Gardner, the referee for today's game. Right, so we're about to get this one underway, guys. It is going to be the Springboks to get this game underway for us. No, in fact, it's going to be England who's going to kick this game off. So here we go with the kickoff, and it's Owen Farrell with the kickoff to this game. And here we go now. It is taken in by, it's beautifully won by the Springboks now. And a chance inside the 22 early on for the Springboks here. Just outside, just outside the 22 now for South Africa. As Faf de Klerk is going to go with the box kick over the top now. And here they come with the chase downfield. Freddie Stewart takes it beautifully inside the half of England now from Poortvliet, waiting for this one. Gets it out to Billy Vunipolo, brought down quickly. Jack van Poortvliet again waiting for it. Here they come with Marcus Smith with a kick downfield. Underneath it, here's Willie Leroux just outside the 22. Gets it out to Damian Willemse. Another pass to Willie Leroux. Here comes Van der Roos now. Roos brought down. It's been ripped by the English. And here comes Carl Sinclair now. Up to the 22 they go. But Jevan Hetzerit steals it on the ground beautifully for the Springboks in the middle of the field here. And the kick over the top from South Africa is going to find touch roundabout on the halfway line. Just the inside English half here. It will be a line out to Jamie George. Sakabula says, Kwasi, get your priorities straight. Here they come again now from Poortvliet, Marcus Smith with the kick downfield. And it's going to be taken by Willie Leroux just outside the 22. Gets it out to Kurtley Arendse. Gets out of one tackle. Now between the 22 and the 10-meter line in the middle of the field. Here they come. Dia Lendy now sets it up for the Springboks again between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Faf de Klerk waiting for it to come out. And Faf de Klerk now waiting for it. Going with the box kick over the top is Faf de Klerk now. The chase coming from a Pimpy. Taken. It's been knocked on by England now, and a chance for South Africa. But the referee blows on his whistle. Scrum down to the box. Just inside the 10-meter line of the English. Freddie Stewart knocking that ball on. And South Africa now with an opportunity to attack here from the 10-meter line inside England's half. CP23 says, hello, Guru. Hope the box brings some sauce because it's going to be spicy at Twickenham. Rian Tron says, ek is terug omdat jy die beste is. Dankie, Rian. Anthony says, Roos gaan nou moet wakker word. Groot kans. Ja, he did let the English rip that ball from him just outside the 22. But luckily, Jevan Hetzerit managed to get that ball back for the box. Right. It's going to be a scrum down to the Springboks now. And a chance now for them. The scrum feed, it's a free kick to South Africa. But Faf de Klerk holds on to it. And I think it's going to be a another scrum down to the box. Yeah, they are going to go for it again. Great Kukamur says, great to have you. Give us the details again today. Missed you all back in Russia, so you're the connection for me back at home. And Boca, keep doing the good work, Guru, says Greg. Thanks, Greg, really appreciate it. So scrum down to the Springboks then. And don't forget that you can go and vote here. Who will win this game? We've had about 309 votes so far, with 84% saying that the Boks will win it. Right, Faf de Klerk to feed the scrum here for the Springboks, about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline here on the 10-meter line of England. Good scrum here from the Boks, controlled at the back by Ian van Roos. He picks it up off the back, beats the first defender, now goes to ground. It's going to be a penalty against England here, and a chance now for the Boks to, if they want to, kick a goal or go to the corner. Chris, it's Priljat says, good to hear you called this gone. Yeah, it's a lot better, Chris. Right, so 4.5 minutes gone in this game. The Boks now with the opportunity here with either a kick at goal or a kick to the corner now. 4.5 minutes gone. Anthony says scrums, ref need to be tight on it. So it's one scrum penalty already for the Springboks from the first scrum of the game. And Faf de Klerk will have a shot at goal here from about 7 or 8 meters out from the left-hand touchline between the 10 and the 22-meter line of England. We've got about 320 people watching. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe to the channel, guys. And also let me know where you guys are watching this from as well. So Faf de Klerk now with the kick at goal here. Colby is not starting today, Roxanne. He's back at his club in France. Oh, it's gone way to the left here from Faf de Klerk, and not the start that the Boks would have wanted. You need to get those points. So a 22-meter restart now coming up for England. And Faf de Klerk missing that first one. Walker says, take all the points you need. I don't mind 3 points. It matters. Chris says from Swakopmund in Namibia, all the way from the islands in Cuba, says Kevin. And a penalty from that restart to England. South Africa gets punished from coming in from the side. So 6 minutes gone. Angela says Faf is not a goal kicker. We all know that. We've gone without a goal kicker again today. What they may be made up against the Italian and the French game won't be made up today if they miss all those kicks. Marcus Smith goes to the touchline and finds touch between the 22 and the 10-meter line inside South Africa's half. Jamie George now with a throw in, finds Maro Itoje. Jack van Poortvliet, Owen Farrell at first receiver. Gets it out to Billy Vunipola. Penalty advantage coming offside from South Africa. Now Marco Vunipola between the 10 and the 22-meter line of the Springboks. Here they come again. Maro Itoje on a loop around. Owen Farrell can't get the pass away, but it's going to be a penalty anyway to England now. Between the 10 and the 22 in the middle of the field for them. Ruan Menard says, hier is ons weer. And Johanna says, nice Faf, was a good and up and under to the post. And then Groot Brakrivier says, Ronnie Mulligan. And then also Quinton from Canada. Philip Latterman says, watching from Mpumalanga. And then Carol says, great to hear you in the Northern Ireland. So England now with the opportunity to maybe get the first points of the game after Faf de Klerk missed their first penalty kick at goal earlier for the Springboks. 7.5 minutes gone in this game. And from just outside the 22, Owen Farrell right in the middle of the field, having a chance here to put England into the lead. Johan Locke says, watching from Tollycote, France. And then Godoret Kotze says from Gordons Bay. And then Chris waar en swak op munt is jy, vra Anthony. So England now to try and put them into the lead for the first time in this game. We've had 8 minutes in this one. Sean says, kom aan Suid-Afrika, wys vir England wie is baas. Timothy says he should have started with Libok. And then sadly, you don't win games without a kicker, says Brandon. Right, that kick from Owen Farrell. Oh, has he missed that one as well, right in front. So that's a let off here for the Springboks, as Owen Farrell has missed it right in front of the sticks. So 0-0 it will remain. Cleeswald says, watching from Jeffreys Bay today. Roxanne Sayers says, watching from South Africa. The restart from the 22, then taken by Billy Vunipolo now, as he makes his way up to the halfway line for England now. Van Poortvliet waiting for it now. Johnny Hill sets it up just up over halfway in the middle of the field. Van Poortvliet again back to Marcus Smith. Goes high up into the air now. And it's going to be well taken by Willie Leroux just inside the 22. So a free kick or a mark made by the Springboks just inside the 22 here. Antoinette rather says, bietjie laat, maar ek is hier. Goeienaand. Hello, Antoinette. And then Willem Walter says, the scout here, Prague, Czech Republic. And then Diaz also says, I'm loving it like I'm watching it live on TV. A knock on from South Africa, and we are going to come back for a scrum down to England now. It's not a good moment here for the Springboks from that restart. They've knocked the ball on, and now England have the scrum down. Antoinette Gerber says, hi, Guru van Oudtshoorn. Sakabula says, Klein Karoo in the Montague. Right, so time is off on the clock. There will be an injury break. We've had 10 minutes in this game. Rian Tron says, watching from Sasolburg. And then also Roxanne from Somerset West in South Africa. 10 minutes played in this game. 3 handling errors from South Africa already. Just 1 from England. Pierre Geldenhuis says, yes, Guru hier van Ceres, Bokke 20, Engeland 19. And then Dirk Steenkamp says, we need a proper goal kicker. Should have started with Manny Libok. Thanks for your excellent commentary, Guru. Thanks, Dirk, as well. We just got an injury break at the moment here. About 400 people watching. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe to the channel. 10 minutes played. It's still 0-0, and surprisingly so. There's 1 missed penalty kick from Faf de Klerk, and then surprisingly, a missed kick from Owen Farrell from right in front in the middle of the field, just outside the 22. Philip Laram says, how's the weather there? If he missed it in front. No, the weather is fine, Philip. No rain, nothing at the moment. It was just a mistime kick from Owen Farrell then. And Machi Jansen van Rensburg says, Rugby Guru, we are watching from Marle Park. Why don't we have a good goal kicker? And then Lou van Rensburg says, Lucky van Rensburg from Petersburg as well. So we've got people from all over the country and over the world again today. Pietman says, Sakabula, jy is naby in Johannes, ons is net ander kan die berg, eie na Pier en ek in Gansbaai, wanneer ek in die land is. So it will be a scrum down here to England now, just out, well, between the 22 and the 10-meter line of South Africa. So we will have a scrum down to England now. Van Poortvliet to feed this one in about 15 meters out from the right-hand touchline here for England. An opportunity for them to get with the first attack of the game. Scrum goes up again or down again, and the referee blows on his whistle. It will be another scrum down. Roxanne says, can't believe Farrell missed that kick. And then Gert says, go Bokke. Grabouw in die Westkap, and then Willem's a switch with Kriel and Libok on for Kriel, says Mimania. That would have been a good choice, I think, from the start, Mimania. But let's give Jesse Kriel the benefit of the doubt today. Chris asked who is coughing there in the background. Yeah, it is my friend. He's busy with something there at the back, but it seems it's a little bit too strong for him at the moment. Johannes Payne says, ek was in die army met 'n Gansbaier. Salute Pietman. Bill says you're still the best commentator. From that scrum, it's going to be a penalty to England. And like I said earlier, I do believe that this front row of England are a very strong one with Marco Vunipolo, Jamie George, and Carl Sinclair in it. South Africa very unlucky to get penalised there. I think Malherbe had one over Marco Vunipolo there, but he was just drumming inwards, unfortunately. Doret says, yep, self die beste skop mis, maar persentasies against Ireland and France, it was due to the bad kicking that we lost. Anthony says, President Guru Khanet, no. Now it's going well. So another injury break, this time to Marco Vunipolo now, as we are going to have another, well, in fact, it's going to be a penalty attempt here from Owen Farrell from just outside the 22, about 20 meters out from the right-hand touchline. Farrell missing an easy kick early on, now looking to rectify this for him. Almost 500 people watching, guys. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe to the channel. 12.5 minutes gone. And the chance now for England to take the lead for the first time in this game. Owen Farrell now lining it up for him. Taking his time with this one. And this time, no problem from England. And it's 3-0. They lead against the Springboks after about 13 minutes of play. Sakabula says, nee man, Bokka, jy gaan nie heeltyd miskop nie. Absolutely. So 3-0. It is England now leading after 13 minutes of play in this first half. South Africa will have to pull up their socks here. So the restart then from Damian Willems, a high hanging kickoff just outside the 22, well collected by Johnny Hill, and they set it up now between the 10 and the 22 meter line. Jack van Poortvliet waits for this one now. Looks like he's going to go with a box kick over the top from just outside the 22 now. The chase coming, but it's well taken by Damian Willems on the 10 meter line inside South Africa's half now. Sets it up. Just inside South Africa's half now, taken up by Eben Etzebeth. Driven back in the tackle by Maro Itoje, though, on the 10 meter line of South Africa. Faf de Klerk now waits for it about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline here for South Africa. Slow ball coming back for the box now, and it looks like Faf might be going to the air with this one. Yeah, there we go. Kick over the top, and the chase coming from Makazola Mapimpi. This time, Freddie Stewart stakes it beautifully on the 10 meter line inside England half now. Here they come again now. Marcus Smith gets the flat pass out to Johnny May up to the 10 meter line. Again, Marcus Smith now. Quick hands. There's an overlap here for England, but a forward pass from him. It's going to be a scrum down to the box here between the 10 and the 22 of England, about 20 meters out from the right-hand touchline. James Robertson says he's from Port Elizabeth. Sakabula says, Guru, ons moet een keer 'n Guru braai reël. Hoeveel slaapies, please, het jy? So Sakabula, I'm coming to Cape Town on Wednesday. So let me know if you've got something. I can't remember where you're from, but if you're from the Cape Town region, let me know and we can organize something. Wissel Moses says, go Bok. So scrum down to the Springboks now. Raymond Venter says Springboks will win again. So scrum down here for the box between the 10 and the 22 of England, about 20 meters out from the right-hand touchline. So let's see what's going to happen with this one. Faf de Klerk to feed this in for the Springboks. We had 15.5 minutes gone in this first half. Henry Volskut says, go Bokke. Pietman says, Guru, you're broadcasting from Benoni and surrounds. No, unfortunately from the Northern Cape, Pietman, a very small town in the Northern Cape called Noupoort. So scrum down to the box now. Faf de Klerk to feed this one in. A great opportunity for the Springboks. Strong drive. That's going to be a penalty advantage to the Springboks now. Faf de Klerk working the blind side. Going with a little kick ahead for Kurtie Arendse, but easily taken here by England. In fact, it wasn't a penalty advantage. It's play on now as South Africa bundles England into touch about 15 meters out from the try line. Still a good attacking opportunity here. Sakabula says, no man, Guru thinks Benoni is a type of baloney. And then Herman says, come on, Bokke. Go, Bokke, make us proud, says Christopher. Right, so throwing now coming here from Bonambi, 5 meters inside the 22. 800 people watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Here we go, Damian Willemsen now takes it up over the 22, but solid defense from England now. Oxnashire with a pick up and go. Still 15 meters out from the try line. Here van Roos now with a pick up and go. He's going to set it up. Not really gaining too much ground with it though. Is South Africa working towards the middle of the field now. De Klerk gets it out. Willie Leroux goes a little chip kick over the top. And the bounce of the ball is going to get to it. England is going to get to it. And Johnny May dots it down. So it will be a 22-meter dropout for... no, in fact, it's going to be a penalty to South Africa. A high tackle from England and a chance maybe to level up the scoreboard. Yeah, and little neck roll from Adam Coles there, the blindside flanker of England. Anthony Alfonso says, Van Poortvliet van Vleer, where is World Rugby finding the Dutch Vikings? Van Poortvliet. Yeah, he is doing a pretty good job. But now Faf de Klerk will have a shot at goal here about 18 minutes into this game. And this one from about 15 meters out from the try line. It should be a real gimme here for them. Pietman says, Guru, what are all those penalties for? So that was for a neck roll, Pietman. And a high tackle, dangerous tackle from the English. Henry Wolskert says, come on, boys. So Faf de Klerk now with his second attempt at goal. Like Owen Farrell missed the first one. Will he get the second one? We'll have to wait and see. 3 points to 0 at the moment. From just inside the 22 towards the middle of the field here for Faf de Klerk. That kick goes straight through the middle and it's 3-all here. South Africa 3, England 3 at the moment. Renier Besaidon asked, where is Rassie hiding at the moment? So I think the Boks will be kicking themselves again after this game for the points not taken, says Walker. The restart then from England and taken by Faf de Klerk inside the 22, gets the pass out to Willie Leroux now. Willems under a bit of pressure, gets the kick away, and he will find touch round about on the 10-meter line of the Springboks. Another opportunity here for England to attack. Anthony Afonso says both teams waiting for the second half as that one is taken quickly now. Farrell, flat pass out to Manu, to Alangi, but well held up by Dialendi. Here comes England again on the attack, just up over the 10-meter line of the Springboks now from Poortvliet. Gets it out to Marco Vunipolo. Sets it up again. Good tackle from Oxnashire. Now Marcus Smith on a loop around. It's Farrell on the inside. Back to Johnny May. Great tackle from the box. Now from Poortvliet goes to the box kick over the top. Looking for a bit of space to bounce the ball into the hands of Ali Leroux now. Goes with a little grubber kick. It's into the hands of Tom Curry now. Here comes England with a counter attack. They've got numbers to the right, but Vunipolo cuts back inside. Between the 10 and the 22 of the box now. Van Poortvliet. Owen Farrell again. Just a little delay in the pass to Marco Vunipolo. Penalty advantage against the Springboks here. As they take it up now, Maro Dozier, a little pop pass to Marcus Smith, but he knocks it on. And it's going to be a penalty to England for offside by the Springboks. Between the 22 and the 10-meter line, about 15 meters up from the right-hand touch line. A chance now for England to increase their lead or go to the corner here. South Africa has conceded 4 penalties already to the 2 of England. Gerald Kettledas says, focus, boys, you will do it again. So a chance now for Owen Farrell to have another shot at goal here towards the middle of the field, just between the 10 and the 22 of South Africa. Right, so Dendan says tackle him, and then Nosisa says go Spock. So England now the opportunity to increase their lead, or to get the lead back to 6 points to 3. We've got 1,000 people watching, guys. Don't forget to press that like button and subscribe to the channel. You can also donate by super chat or super sticker, or become a member of the channel by clicking on the join button. 20 minutes gone in this one. Owen Farrell now to put England back into the lead. Just lining this one up, taking his time with this one. And still concentrating on the kick. Here's Owen Farrell. Alvaria says go Boca. And here go. Oh, he's missed another one right in front. Is Owen Farrell. And the score will remain 3-3 here. It's all happening here at Twickenham today. Isley says, lag my klaar, ek was besig om 'n ander stream te kyk en toe vinnig ewe skielik unavailable due to copyright strike. Yeah, that is unfortunate. The thing, you're not allowed to show any live footage of the game. So the restart then from Willem says a high hanging kickoff. It's going to be collected by Marvin Ory now on a 10-meter line of the Springboks. Now Faf de Klerk with Lenny downfield with the kick. And into the hands of Freddie Stewart inside the 20. Goes with the kick downfield. Straight. Oh, that's a massive kick from him. And that's going to go and find touch all the way between the 10 and the 22 of the Springboks. What a... Oh, no. It's going to go all the way back as the ball was carried back into the 22. So line out to the Springboks all the way back to... well, it was deep that it was kicked just outside the 22. So 5 meters outside of the 22. There's an opportunity here now for the Springboks. 23 minutes gone in this game. Jorina Fourie sê sal Noord-Kaap laat weet van jou uitstekende kommentaar. And Bonambi now with a throw in here as the Springboks come with a driving maul now. So slow ball penalty advantage to South Africa now from this driving maul. An opportunity now for the Springboks as they take it up. They're right on the right-hand touchline here and still going forward with the driving maul though. And now into touch, but the referee's going to call them back for a penalty to the Springboks. Right on the 22-meter line, about 15 meters out from the right-hand touchline. Pietman says, Guru, vragies Noupoort, kan jy glo? Mooi man, ek ken daai plek, maar daar is 'n bottelstorie nie. There is one, Pietman. Johannes, you are correct, but there is a center for that. So they are all separate on their own. Right, so 3-3 it is here after 24 minutes. And a chance now for South Africa, who's gone to the touchline here, 5 meters out from the try line. Bonambi now with a throw in to this line out. To the back they go, well taken by Franco Mostert. Here comes the driving ball from the Springboks now. And another penalty advantage coming for South Africa as England are infringing quite a bit at the moment. Towards the middle of the field now, working the blind side. Here's Faf de Klerk, gets the pass out, but it's been intercepted by England. And we're coming back for another penalty to the Springboks. Now this time towards the middle of the field. What did they decide to do? Sakabula says, hulle het my nog nie Noupoort toe gestuur nie. Right, so, well, what will they decide to do? Owen Farrell now having the referee having a chat with Owen Farrell. Chris says, what happens in Noupoort stays in Noupoort. Yeah, that is true, Chris. Anthony says, when the points don't add up to the board, the time is slow. So South Africa with another chance now. What will they decide to do here? Fritz van der Merwe says, luister al die pad van die VSA af, hou van die kommentaar. Dankie, Fritz. So 3-3 it is here. And we do have a stoppage in play. Let's just stop the clock real quickly. It's about a minute in front. So let's just pull that one back. What will South Africa do? Will they have a shot at goal here? Or do they attack this English line again? Bokke must take advantage of England's lack of discipline, says Dendan. And Jacobus van Staden says, no, Bokke, the maul looks good. So they are going to have another go at this lineup. 5 meters out from the try line, South Africa now. Can they pull this one off here? Box can win this one, says Rob Roy. The line out taken by Eben Etzebeth has been thrown back by Tubo Nambi. Sia Khaleesi on the inside, but England has read that very well, and that ball is going to be held up. Oh no! Jeff van Roos might have dotted this one down. Jeff van Roos might have got this one, but I think the referee has already blown on his whistle. That would be a real shame here, as England can now deem that that ball or that try will not be disallowed because the referee already blown on his whistle. Let's have a look there. Jeff van Roos ripped the ball, surely not held up, man. This referee is nuts. So it's going to be a goal line dropout for England, and I think England has just been let off the hook here. That is really poor from the referee. Goodness gracious. The restart then from England, and it's taken by Jesse Creel now. Here they come from just outside the 22, and South Africa setting it up. Now off the clat, back it comes to Oxnashire. Sets it up in the middle of the field, just outside the 22, between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Now, Willie Leroux, he's going to go high up into the air. The chase now coming from Makazole Mapimpi. It's going to be knocked backwards here, or knocked on by England, and a chance now for the Boks from the 22-meter line, but the referee blows on his whistle. It's going to be a scrum down to South Africa, right on the 22-meter line, about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline. But I do think that England got away with murder there. There was no way that ball was held up. Jeff van Roos ripped that ball and got the ball down. It would have been great to hear what they will have to say after this game about that one. Geez, luck. Another stoppage in play here for an injury break. And I think the Lou is calling me as well quickly. So while they've got an injury break, let's quickly go and be back within 30 seconds. Right, so we are back. A little bit too much water intake and too little outlet at the moment, but let's see. It's going to be a scrum down to the Springboks from the 22-meter line, about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Clarence Lowe says another video clip by Rossi tomorrow. I can bet on that one. Then Dan says the referee is nuts. Haha, Guru, you legend. Yeah, it's the moment, man. I always pride myself, Carol, on being honest as much as possible. The scrum, it's going to be a free kick to England. And not sure what that free kick is for, but maybe a little early shove by the Springboks. And a chance now for England to clear their lines. So that kick downfield from England, from that free kick collected by Willemse just outside the 22. He's going to go high up into the air now. Willemse chasing after it. Oh, it's another knock on, I think, from England. It's kicked ahead by Makazole Mapimpi. Here's a chance for the Boks, but it's Marcus Smith. Back for it, 5 meters out from his own try line. Now it's been brought down about 10 meters out from the try line, 5 meters from the right-hand touch line. As Van Poortvliet now waits for it. He is going to get this back for England now. It is taken up by Vunipolo now. Sets it up about 5 meters out from the try line. Still waiting for it is Jack Van Poortvliet now. Looking to go with a box kick over the top and does get it out to round about the 22-meter line inside England's half. And in fact, it's been partially charged down by Eben Etzebeth. So the line out will be to England right on the 22-meter line. Chris asked, where's the ref from? So I think it's Angus Gardner is from England. Not from England, from Ireland, I think. It is. So Jamie George then with it. Well, Angus gone, no, I think from Australia maybe. Don't really know. All right, so here comes the throw in from Jamie George to the back. Well collected by Johnny Hill now. Maul has been formed here by England right on the 22-meter line, about 10 meters up from the right-hand touchline. Goes with a box kick over the top now, and it's well collected by Makazole Mapimpi just inside the half of England now. 5 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Hier van Roos with a pick up and go. Driven back in a tackle by Johnny Hill though. Faf de Klerk now waiting for this one to come out. And let's see what he's going to do with this one. Box kick over the top now. Makazole Mapimpi again chasing this one down. And this time well collect. Oh, it's another knock on from England. And one could almost argue that that ball was collected in front of the player. Should have been a penalty to South Africa. But instead it's going to be a scrum down to the box. Between the 22 and the 10, about 5 meters from the left-hand touchline. I'm not going to say it. Russie's not allowed to say it. Well, I guess I'll just say it. 2 calls already going against the box here in this game. The try from Hier van Roos, and now again this as well. But we're not allowed to complain. Free all it is with 10 minutes to go in this first half. It's a scrum down to South Africa between the 10 and the 22 of England now, about 7 or 8 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Yeah, exactly, Boersebas. It was exactly that. England has butterfingers today. We should take advantage, says Sakabula. Right, so Faf de Klerk then with the feet to the scrum here for South Africa. Well controlled at the back by Hier van Roos now. Faf de Klerk needs to get this one out for the Springboks now. Gets it flat pass to Dialendi, who's going to set it up. Straightening the line just outside the 22 now for the Springboks. Faf de Klerk back to Franco Mostert. Sets it up just outside the 22 now for the Springboks. Faf de Klerk again now back to Hier van Roos. Roos beats one defender. Now up to the 22-meter line. Faf de Klerk again. Damian Willems throws a little dummy, tries to go himself. Right on the 22-meter line again now. It's taken up by Frans Malherbe now. Right in the middle of the field, South Africa. Here they come again now. It's Dialendi. Dialendi sets it up again right on the 22-meter line. Drops back in the pocket as Dialendi. Willems goes for the drop goal and he's got it. 6 points to 3, South Africa lead. And a sneaky little drop goal from Damian Willems puts the Boks into the lead by 6 points to 3. Cool, calm, and collected from him. Gets the drop goal through the middle here for the Springboks. Right, so 6 points to 3 it is. The restart then from England and collected by Franco Mostert just outside the 22 of the Springboks now. Faf de Klerk waiting to clear this one with 8 minutes to go in this first half. 6 points to 3. The Springboks lead this one. Faf de Klerk has gone with the box kick over the top now. The chase coming from Kurtley Arendse, but well taken by Freddie Stewart on the 10-meter line of South Africa now. Van Poortvliet out to Carl Sinclair. Good tackle from Monambi. Right on the 10-meter line of England. And Hier van Roos nearly stole that ball on the ground. Comes back again for England though. Now Marcus Smith. Flat pass to Owen Farrell. Now it's a chance here for Tuolangi. Tuolangi brought down between the 10 and the halfway line inside South Africa's half. To the middle of the field now. Billy Vunipolo. Tackled by Eben Etzebeth. Good defense from the box now. Marcus Smith almost forced to go with the up and under. The chase now coming from Johnny May. Just outside the 22, collected by Willems. He beats Freddie Stewart. And here comes Damian Willems on the inside. A beautiful pass to Billy Leroux. That's Kurtley Arendse. Good night, Marcus Smith. It's straight down to South Africa. Brilliant stuff. And a beautiful try from the Springboks. Outstepping Marcus Smith there to get the try for South Africa. 11 points to 3. The Boks have got this one. 7 minutes to go in this first half. A brilliant try from Kurtley Arendse. And Marcus Smith just completely outstepped there. And how about that step from Willems on Freddie Stewart? And then the inside pass to Billy, and the timing of the pass from Billy to Kurtley Arendse. Good night, Marcus Smith again, and try time to the box in the corner. Brilliant. They are going to have a look at a little bit of obstruction maybe. Oh, no. Don't tell me they're going to call us back for this one. Did Kurtley Arendse change his lane when Damian Willemse caught that ball inside the 22? We'll have to wait and see. Well, it looks like the try has been awarded though. 11 points to 3. Johannes says, as hulle hardloop met die bal en speel die bokke mooi rugby. Right, so the try has been awarded. So 6 minutes to go in this first half. Then 11 points to 3, South Africa leading this game. Faf de Klerk now from about 5 meters out from the right-hand touchline. Tries to get this conversion now way to the left. And it's 11 points to 3 for the Springboks. Rob raised this great commentary. I could almost see it. Thanks, Rob. Right, so 11 points to 3 it is here. And with 6 minutes to play in this first half. Katima says, Arendse, legend in the making. The restart then from England, taken by Willie Leroux, just inside the 22 in the middle of the field now. Faf de Klerk gets the ball out to Eben Etzebeth. Eben sets it up beautifully for South Africa now, but a good counter-ruck from England, as they might have stolen this ball. No, it does come back for the Springboks now. Faf de Klerk looking to go with the box kick over the top here. Yeah, oh no, he's changed the direction now. Willie Leroux, they're going to run it from inside their own 22. It's the Springboks now. It's Willemse. Willemse up over the 10, up to the 10 now. Kurtley Arendse. Kurtley Arendse up to the 10-meter line of England. Oh, the little chip kick taken beautifully by Freddie Stewart. And knock on though. It's going to be scrum down to the Springboks between the 10 and the 22 of England. Wow. Play them to their feet, man. What a pass on the inside to Kurtley Arendse. Wow, maybe he should have backed himself again. But just a little grubber kick from him. Well collected. Well, if he didn't collect, it was Freddie Stewart. It would have surely been a race between Kurtley Arendse and Johnny May for the try. 11 points to 3, 4 minutes to go in this first half. It's a scrum down to the Springboks between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Antoinette Rader says, Guru, I'm so glad I found you. Thanks, Antoinette, man. Really appreciate the support. 1,000 people watching. Press that like button and subscribe. I think we've got, how many likes? 175, guys. Come, let's get it up to 500 quickly. Scrum down to South Africa. And here they come now. Ian van Roos pick up off the back now. Beats one defender. Goes to ground just outside the 22. Another penalty advantage coming for South Africa for a dangerous tackle there. Now it's Dialendi. Dialendi cuts back inside on the 10-meter line of England now. Brought down in the middle of the field. What can South Africa do with this one? Little long pass out to Kurtley Arendse now. Kurtley Arendse trying to outstep the defense, but between the 10 and the 22-meter line now, Faf de Klerk. Bongi Bunambi sets it up just 2 meters out from the 22, but the referee blows on his whistle. And it's going to be a penalty around about on the same spot there. As South Africa now kick to the corner. Come on, guys. Don't take the 3. Go for the corner and get the job done. Dries Botha says, Guru, jy kook. Thanks, Dries. Woedseba says, take the points all day, Bokke. Sakabula says, press the freaking like button. Druk daai groen knoppie, manne. Right, yeah, that was a dangerous tackle from Billy Vunipolo and Alex Coles for the second time in this game. Now, hear me out. For the second time in this first half, he's been penalized for a high tackle. So the next time, the referee will have to make a decision regarding him. DC Mining says, give Roos another chance for the try. They have gone to the corner and 5 meters out from the try line, the Springboks now. Alan Patterson says, great commentary, Guru. You smash and deserve it, guys. Hit that like button. Thanks, guys. I've got you, Anthony. Here comes the more from South Africa now. 5 meters out from the try line. Can I get it going forward now? It's gone backwards and now starting to move forward again. It's Sia Khaleesi off the back. Is he been brought down 5 meters out? Another penalty advantage to South Africa. Let's see what the referee says now. He's blown on a whistle and he's talking to Farrell again. Will this be the part where England get a yellow card? Or is this going to be the final warning for them? Right, so decision time now for the box. It seems like the penalties is right under the sticks here. And I would say, I don't know. Go for the try, guys. It's right in front, 3 points on offer. But let's see what they decide to do here. We've got them on the ropes here. Looks like Faf is going to have a shot at goal here. Damn it. So a penalty to South Africa. And Faf de Klerk will, well, in fact, let's see. Will he go? Yeah, he is going to have a shot at goal. So with a minute to go in this first half, it's 11 points to 3 with a penalty attempt coming up for Faf de Klerk. Michelle here from San Francisco shared your YouTube with South Africa Rugby in the US Facebook group. Love your lekker accent. LOL. Go Bokke. CP23 says, wow, the Boks are making England looking like Italy. Aaron suggests Wilson hates to say because I'm a Stormer supporter, but credit to Willems to make that run. So England down on the ropes at the moment. With 20 seconds to go in this first half. Will there still be time for a restart here? I don't think there will be time left. So if this kick goes over, it should be halftime here between the two sides. And what an effort from the Springboks. If we can continue playing like this, we are going to win this easily. De Klerk with the kick. Oh, he nearly made a mess of it, but it's gone over. So 14 points to 11 at halftime. South Africa will be leading this game against England, and 40 minutes separating the Springboks from a famous victory here. Whoa, no, the referee is going to allow a restart kick here. We're about 20 seconds over the 40 here. So it seems we will have another kickoff as Owen Farrell gets us back underway. It's a high-hanging kickoff from him. Well taken by Kurtley Arends. South Africa just setting up the ruck here. And Faf de Klerk now waiting for this ball to come out. What a waste. Damian Willems do the kick into the crowd, and that is going to be halftime. Getting smart now is Angus Gardner. Halftime here, 14 points to 3, South Africa lead, and it's looking pretty damn good for the Boks. It is halftime here. The Boks 14, England 3. We will take a quick break, but I'm going to leave you guys with the press conference during the week with Thomas du Toit, and I will be back for the second half real shortly.
Switch over to London over here. Justin?
Let me try and get that Afrikaans question in before seeing that our predecessors couldn't. Thomas, vir jou, fantasties om weer eens in die bokspan te kan wees. Om weer speel gewees. Definitief vir jou 'n spesiale oomblik om weer eens daai boktrek te kan aantrek en verteenwoordig hierdie Saterdag.
Ja, kyk, dit sal altyd 'n baie groot voorreg wees vir my om my bokterm in my kop te trek en ek is baie dankbaar vir die geleentheid om weer in hierdie span te wees. So ja, mens wil dit nie as vanselfsprekend ervaring. Jy wil net die geleentheid gryp met albei hande. So ja, dit is uitstekend om weer in die groep te wees, saam met die ou manne te sien en ja, opgewonde om saam met hulle te speel.
Adnan?
Dankie Zina. Ja, ek wil net wat Thomas vra, die uitdaging wat Engeland gaan bied, hoe verskil dit van ander spanne? Ons sien ou soos Alice Genji het hy toe die Battle Dream span gehaal en Ja, dit jou jou mening oor hoe hulle vir hulle voorrang kan aanvat.
Okay, die Engelse het uitstekende skram op hierdie oomblik. Hulle ek dink in die afgelope 3 wedstryde het hulle 'n hele paar skram penalties vir hulle self gekry. So jy weet hulle het definitief 'n baie groot pak, swaar pak en ek dink hulle is baie goed voorberei en ek dink hulle skram baie goed op die oomblik, maar in dieselfde sin voel ek ons het ook 'n baie goeie pak, baie groot, sterk pak wat ook self goeie paar skram penalties al gekry het. So jy weet dit gaan 'n baie goeie match-up wees tussen die twee pakke en ek dink dit is waar die een span dalk die oorhand kan kry, gaan in die voorry wees in die front row of die skram in totaal. En natuurlik Ellis Gens is fantasties. Ek dink hy het 'n goeie seisoen in die Premiership gehad en hy speel baie goeie rugby op die oomblik, so dit definitief 'n ou om dop te hou.
Ja, net 'n opvolger op die feit dat julle nie 6-2 op die bank het, gaan dit dalk 'n verskil maak dat die ouens 'n bietjie langer moet speel verder met druk in hy wedstryd.
Eerlik moet te wees, ek maak glad nie die subs nie, so ek sal nie vir jou kan sê nie. Ons het nie daaroor al gepraat nie. Gewoonlik gebeur dit maar so op game day.
Okay.
Can we just take a couple of questions from here, and if there's time afterwards, just to hop back online? Indra?
Thomas, ek het gesien met Bradford het gepraat oor weet wat hulle van die boks agtal kan verwag spesifiek. Maar jy het ook dan 'n bietjie daai kennis wat hoe Matt afrig en wat daai Engelse span met hom as skramafrigter kan bring.
Ja, ek dink dit is duidelik 'n bietjie van 'n voordeel wat hy het van ons, maar ek dink 'n voordeel wat ons het van hom ook. Jy weet hy was in hierdie omgewing gewees vir 'n baie lang tyd, so hy weet so wat maak die ouens tik en dit is 'n voordeel wat hy het. Wat dit beteken nie ons dis dieselfde as wat dit was toe hy laas keer hier was nie, jy weet almal het vorentoe gegaan en beter rugby spelers geword en ek bedoel dis nou al 3 jaar, 4 jaar later. So ja, definitief 'n voordeel, maar ja, ons is goed voorberei.
So what did you learn from being the senior player in the SA group, and what did that teach about the steps back that you need to take to command a regular place in the box side where there's so much competition around?
Yeah, definitely learned quite a bit. You know, being in that leadership role, it's obviously a step up from being the Sharks captain. You know, it's a bigger environment. You know, there's a bit of variety in the players that get selected. So it was definitely a challenge. You know, being the leader for a different group of people coming from different backgrounds. But it was really fun. I really enjoyed it, and what was great is I had quite a few guys that were previously in leadership roles that really helped out quite a bit. So that was great. But I think everyone then understands and knows the fact that when you get to this level, there's a step up. And you know, being able to lead in every department is important. So just here, like it is here at the box, it's not only CR making calls. There's every guy's got the individual role, responsibility in that area that makes them good, and they leading in that area.
And when you feel that those bigger benefits of SAA tours will come in, because there has been not I won't call an outcry, but a slight complaint about the fact that the games were won against teams that looked weaker but were far more cohesive. How important is patience and just looking at the bigger picture when it comes to getting those SAA results, not just the results, but making sure that player development is prioritized over results?
Yeah, listen, I think the reality is we're learning in the process as well. We're learning that we need to have a bit more time together as a team. You can't just necessarily just throw a team together and expect different good results. Not always, but we definitely obviously going to strive for it. It's definitely been a good opportunity, a good platform for a lot of the guys to put up their hands. And the reality is everyone had an opportunity to really put up their hand and show the Bok coaches that they're here to mean business and they want to get into this lineup.
Talking of opportunities, how big an opportunity is Saturday to sign off the year on a high?
It's a massive opportunity. I think, this is going to be the last time we're going to be together as this group for, I think, 6 or 7 months. So, it's very important to have that in the back of your mind that you play a good game and hopefully got the result.
And how big an opportunity is it for you personally as well? And you mentioned some of the things about, leading the 80, but have you come back into this camp kind of relax here?
I think so, yes. I think the confidence part that I'm taking out of it is the fact that I actually played. I've got some good game time under my belt, especially with the URC. And then not necessarily having a gap of rest, but being able to play, especially with the SAA side. And, you know, although we didn't get the results, it was still an opportunity to get game time and to play with on a different level. So, yeah, I'm taking this as a massive opportunity for myself. I last played against Wales in the second test. So, you know, again, you don't take it for granted. You take it with both hands.
Anything else? Cool, guys. Let's take another question from Lisa. We've got about 3 minutes left. Adnan?
Yeah, Thomas, I just want to know, look, obviously England, you guys beat them in the World Cup. The last time we played, it was just a kick at the end from the fly off Marcus Smith. And this Saturday is probably going to be the same type of scenario. Do you think both sides have evolved since you last played each other?
Absolutely. You know, I can't really predict what the future is going to hold, but I mean, it's a real possibility for us to be in a similar situation. But I think both teams have really evolved over the past couple of years, especially since the last time we played them. You know, everyone is trying to evolve and grow in their foundation and fundamentals, but, you know, also start creating a different style of play and a kind of like exciting style of rugby. So, yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that in the way that they've played. And I believe they've seen in the way that we've played over the past couple of weeks that, you know, everyone's trying to evolve the game.
Guys, we can only take one more question because Thomas has to go to an activation. Justin, you've asked already, so let's just have one more from Ross.
Thanks, Ina. How's it, Thomas? Obviously, you're in a very, very competitive department. You know, we've got props coming out of our ears at the moment. You saw a guy like Trevor Nyakane was on tour, didn't play a game, and he had to go back to his French club now. So are you pretty stoked to be getting a run on Saturday? And, you know, how is the competition there between you guys? You know, is it quite a friendly rivalry? And does it push you guys to try and be better every week?
Absolutely, like you said, this environment is really a high-pressure environment, and the guys are really supportive of each other. But in saying that, we really support each other by giving each other a hard time. You know, we really go at each other at the scrums, and you know, if you mess up, then there's always compliments and there's always advice to be given. And it's really competitive environment, but it's a really high-learning, high-performance environment, which is brilliant for us. You know, it's the best type of environment that you can grow as a rugby player, especially as a prop in the scenario that we've got here with the amount of unbelievably great props that we've got.
Right, guys, we are back here for the second half, and it's 14 points to 3. The Springboks lead here at halftime, and it's an incredible feat at the moment. I think we can go through a couple of comment sections real quickly. Philip Laram says Kobus will be dangerous with the running game with Damien and Billy there to support him, and Kirtley Arons on the outside when he comes out. So it's Jaden Hendricks on the bench today and not Kobus, unfortunately. And then also Pietman says, well, there's actually a couple of comments that has come in since half time. So let's just have a look here if we can find any good ones here at the moment. They also said that they need to be careful of the England second half approach because it can easily turn out in favor of England in the second half. They were 13 or 16-3 down at halftime against the All Blacks last week, and they managed to get back into the game. So, yeah, it's an incredible first half from the Springboks. And if you look at the performance so far, Willie Leroux has been excellent off the back for the Springboks. He's definitely the playmaker in the side, along with Damien Willemse. And I almost say, guys, we do not want to mingle with this combination of Willemse and Willie Leroux at 10 and 15 because they are absolutely brilliant together in this team lineup. And I'm worried that if 100 Pollard returns, we'll have to move maybe Willemse to the inside center and make place for whoever at outside center between Lukanya and Damien Dialendi. But it's been a brilliant combination, and Kurtley Arends has shown some incredible pace. And I almost got flashbacks of Cheslin Colby sidestepping Owen Farrell in that World Cup 2019. Very similar to that of what happened between Kurtley Arends and Marcus Smith a little bit earlier on. So incredible from South Africa. If they can continue this speed, they will definitely win this game. Faf de Klerk has been good at 9. His box kicks have been solid, and also keeping the English guessing at the moment. And that's what they're doing really well. Jesse Creel on the one side, his defense have been really well, and his delivery has been solid as well. He tends to just pass the ball the moment he gets the ball, which is what we want to see from the outside center, to get the ball out to the wings. Incredible feat from the back line so far. Oxfordshire, Bongi Manambi and Francois Herber doing really well at scrum time against this England side. They have conceded 1 penalty so far already, but it's still a very close game between them. Eben Etzler and Marvin Uri has been exceptional. Sia Kulisi, Franco Mostert and Jeff van Roos. I'm still furious with the try disallowed from Jeff van Roos, where the referee felt that the ball was held up over the try line, but it was clearly ripped from Jeff van Roos and he dotted the ball down. But that left there, they say if you can't beat the ref, beat them on the scoreboard. And that is exactly what the Springboks are doing at the moment. If you look at the bench still to come for the Boks, Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, and Thomas de Toey. We did have Thomas de Toey at the halftime press conference. Last week we had Kwagga, and he came onto the field and scored a beautiful try. So will we have the same effect from Thomas de Toey today? Marco van Staan and Kwagga Smith, Jaden Hendricks, Manny Libbok and Karen Moody still to come for the Boks as well. If we look at the performance so far from the English, Freddie Stewart, he's been wobbly at the back against the Boks today. We've put the pressure on him, and he doesn't look so good today. Maybe in the second half he will have a better performance. Who knows? Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell been held up beautifully in the midfield. Owen Farrell missing 2 vital kicks that has put South Africa back into the front foot in this game, and very uncharacteristic from him, missing 2 easy kicks right in front. Is Owen Farrell, and then Johnny May and Tommy Freeman quiet today so far. Marcus Smith left for dead by Kurtley Arends, and how amazing was that? But apart from that, he's had a solid first half. Jack van Poortvliet also solid at 9. And Billy Vunipola, Tom Curry and Alex Scholes. Alex Scholes discipline, very poor at the moment for England. Already conceded 2 high tackle penalties, and definitely maybe on a warning in this second half. Johnny Hill and Mario Tozier has been solid, while Carl Sinclair, Jamie George and Marco Vunipola maybe just one over the box scrum at the moment. Then still to come for them, Luke Cowan, Dickey, Alice Jens, Will Stewart, David Ribbons, Sam Simmons, Ben Youngs, Henry Slade and Jack Noel. But as far as this contest goes, the Boks well and truly in the lead at the moment, and looking pretty solid. 14 points to 11 lead at halftime. Exactly what the doctor ordered for the Springboks going into this last 40 minutes of the game. And the Springboks now making their way back onto the field here, and looking really solid at the moment is this Springbok side. 14 points to 3. England have had plenty of opportunities. They just haven't used it, and the Boks will have to be wary of the second half onslaught from them as well. So we're about to get the second half back underway, guys. It's going to be South Africa to kick off in this second half for us, playing from right to left on our screens. And good luck to both teams again. It's the second half roundabout to start here with Damien Willems to get us back underway for the second half. 1,290 people watching. Press the like button. For Afrikaans, druk die groen knoppie, manne. Right, Damien Willems to get us back underway for the second half. Here we go. 40 minutes standing between the Boks and victory today. It's taken in by Vunipola inside the 22 for England now. Van Poortvliet waits for it at the back here. Slow ball coming back for England. Now they work it through the forwards. Johnny Hill sets it up about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline for England now, as Van Poortvliet trying to get this ball out for England. Slow ball coming. Luke Cowan, Dickey and Alice Jenson for England in the second half. The kick over the top from Van Poortvliet now. Not going to find touch into the hands of Willemse now. Willemse with the pass to Van der Rus. He's tackled back and not held in the tackle now. Stands up again. Takes it up to the 10-meter line. Here comes the box again. It's Frans Malherbe now. Between the 10 and the halfway line. Paf the cut back to Willie Leroux, who goes high up into the air. It's Makazola Mapimpi chasing after it. It's well taken by Jack Noel, who's also on the field for England. Now Woody Polo has got the ball quickly up over that. Is Etzebeth? Will South Africa win a penalty? Good counter ruck here from South Africa. They have stolen the ball on the ground. Or have they? Yes, they have. Just outside the 22 in the middle of the field now, South Africa in possession. What can the box do with this one? Slow ball coming back for the box now. Off the clear, back it comes to Willemse. Going for a second drop goal here. Here's Damian Willemse. And he's got it again. It's 17 points to 3 for the box. And a brilliant drop goal. And a big scuffle now going on between the players at the moment. Let's hope this is not going to count against the Springboks here. As all the touch judges and the referees just standing on the side, waiting for this to just slow down a little bit. The drop goal from Damian Willemse has gone over, but we might see some trouble here for either side. I don't know who started this, but let's see what's going to happen. 1.5 minutes into the second half, the referee has stopped the clock. Rugby World Cup final vibe says Walker DL. Another beautiful drop goal from Damian Willemse, but could all be undone by what happened after the drop goal was awarded. I smell a yellow card coming, says Walker. And not sure it was Maro Itoje and Eben Etzebeth who had a go at each other there. But from the looks of it, nothing too serious at the moment. Moerseba says, yes, Yildag. Hier kom 'n ding, says Katima. So the referees and the touch judge are having a talk between each other. And I'm not sure whether they're going to go upstairs to have a look at this one. A minute and a half into the second half. The second half will be an affair of New Zealand versus England and South Africa versus Italy. Go Bokke. Right, so Sia Khaleesi being called by the referee now and Owen Farrell as well. So hopefully nothing too serious is going to come from this. Maro Itoje and Eben Etzebeth had a go at each other. So the talk to Owen Farrell and Sia Khaleesi now. And I think it's just a talking to, and we should get the game back. George Honeyball says, praat met ons, kan nie sien nie, Guru. So it is going to be 17 points to 3 then, and we will restart the game from the halfway line. A brilliant drop goal from Damian Willemse, as Will Stewart now also on the field for England. 2 minutes gone in this second half. 17 points to 3 as we get the things back underway here between the teams. Right, so Owen Farrell then to restart it for England then. Deep kick in just outside. Oh, it's knocked on by Marvin Uri now. And it will be a scrum down to England just outside the 22 of South Africa. About 5 meters out from the left-hand touchline for England. Yeah. Not sure what happened there. Straight through the arms, butterfingers there. Straight through the basket. Scrum down to England, just outside the 22. 17 points to 3, South Africa lead. 2 drop goals from Damian Willemse already. Rob Roy says, I'd feel more comfortable if it was 30 points to 3 at the moment. Hoerseba says, Kurtley, I smell a hat-trick, my mater. Damian dropping better than the kicking from the tee, says Philip Laram at the moment. Murray versus Eben again, says Mamania. Right, so from Poortvliet now to feed this one in for them. Let's see what they can do with this one is England. Oh, it's going to be a free kick to South Africa. And a chance now for the Springboks to clear this ball away. Will Stewart penalised there by the referee. Then I'd ask Guru, were you ever a pro commentator? No, unfortunately not. Then, and just loving the game. Grew up watching the best commentator in the world, Hugh Bladen. So maybe it rubs off a little bit. Who knows? It's taken beautifully by England here from the free kick from South Africa up to the 10-meter line of South Africa's England now. As Vunipolo now, Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith into a little gap now. Up to the 22 he goes now. Brought down. Again, Van Poortvliet now. It's taken up by Ellis Jens now. Just outside the 22. Penalty advantage coming for offside by South Africa. Van Poortvliet into a little half gap. The pickup now from Johnny May now. Manu to Alangi. Gets it out to Jack Noel. Just 10 meters out from the try line now. It's England. Held up in a tackle there by Irfan Ross's Jack Noel. So we probably will be coming back for that penalty to England. No way that ball is going to come out. And we will come back for the penalty. If Hudson says, you sound a little bit like the uncle. Thanks, I'll take that as a massive compliment. Right, guys, don't forget to press that like button. Let's have a look. Time has been stopped on the clock again now for an injury to Marcus Smith. Keith Joel MacArthur says, greetings from the Angola. I'm still working. We'll catch the rerun later. Just popping to press the like button and saying thanks for your work. Thanks, Keith. Really appreciate it. We've got roughly about 320 likes so far. Go ahead and let's get it to 500 likes, guys. We've got 1,350 people watching. Press that like button and subscribe to the channel. Right, so it's South Africa under a little bit of pressure now. A little great breakout from Marcus Smith, but he's down injured now. And let's see if they're going to be able to continue. Philip asked, any subs on the field yet, Guru? So from South Africa, nobody. But England has almost cleared the bench here. Gerald says, greetings from Nigeria. As Owen Farrell will now attempt this kick from right in front, just outside the 22, to bring England up to 6 points. Logan says, load shedding, geen problem. Bokke se krag is aan. Right, so Farrell with this penalty attempt from right in front. This time he strikes it gold, and it's 17 points to 6 here for the Springboks still. Pietman. Unknown 77 says, kyk, as gevolg van load shedding, go Bokke, go Guru, hou net so aan. Dankie baie. Thanks, Unknown. So here comes South Africa's replacements now. Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitshoff, and not sure if Thomas du Toit is on as well, but Coles also leaves the field for England. So plenty of subs as we go into this one. So Kwagga Smith also on for Marvin Orie now. Vinnie Vunipolo takes it up inside the 22 now for England as Van Poortvliet waits to get it back now. It's Tom Curry from inside the 22 moving towards the left-hand side of the field for England. Another penalty to England now. Discipline is going to be vital. Faf de Klerk penalized. Whoa! Penalty to South Africa. Johnny Hill throwing Faf de Klerk like a little rag doll. And the penalty has been overturned, and it's going to be a penalty to South Africa. Wow, just shows you how light Faf de Klerk is. So South Africa is going to counter this with a kick to the corner, 5 meters out from the try line. Yeah, no need for that. Just pulling him like a rag doll. Whoa, that's dangerous, man. 17 points to 6. Here comes the throw in now as Malcolm Marx gets us ready for this one. At the front, taken by Franco Mostert now. Here comes the driving ball from South Africa. Can I get this going forward now? Just 3 meters out from the try line, right on the right-hand side of the field. Now brought down by Malcolm Marx. England going well with the counter-ruck here. Will South Africa get this ball back? It's been ripped by England. Now comes back South Africa's way. Here, Van der Roos now, 5 meters out. Faf de Klerk now, here they come again. Balilere with the cross kick here. That one, oh, Mapimpi just had to leave it and waited for Freddie Stewart to knock it. But we're coming back for a penalty and a yellow card now to England. It's Tom Curry who's going to get the yellow card. And South Africa now 8 minutes into the second half, and a chance now to really put the pain on England. Can they kick this again to the corner? Faf de Klerk. Yes, he will. Matthew says there's no chance England can live with our bench in the second half. We will get better as the game goes on. Thanks for the channel, Guru. Thanks, Matthew. So line up to the Springboks. 5 meters out from the try line. 8 minutes gone in the second half. Malcolm Marks with a throw into this line out for the Springboks. Throw in taken by Yemenetzer at this time. And here they come again with the driving ball as the Boks now. Moving sideways is the Springboks now starting to make some headway through the middle. The ball goes down though, 5 meters out from the try line. Now it's taken up beautifully by Kwagga Smith now. 5 meters out, Faf de Klerk. Back it comes to Dialendi, puts his head down. Just a meter short under the sticks here for South Africa. Slow ball coming back though, and there is the try for the Boks. Let's see who gets up with it. It is, let's have a look. Can't see who scored the try, but it definitely is one, and it's Yemenetzer who gets the accolades from the Springboks. A brilliant try from him, and the Boks now up by 22 points to 6 here with 30 minutes to play in this game. What a game from the Springboks. What a game from the Boks. Right, so the Boks have scored again, 22 points to 6. We've got 1,500 people watching. Press that like button, guys, and don't forget to press the like button and subscribe. 402 likes so far. Let's get it up to 500. So try time to Yemenetzer, 24 points to 6 it is now, with the conversion going over. 10 minutes into the second half. The restart from Owen Farrell in, and taken by Franco Mostert just outside the 22 now. A little knock on though from South Africa, and it will be a scrum down to England just outside the 22, about 5 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Fernando says, nice commentary. The new you bladed. Thanks, Fernando. David Perry asked how many points needed to win by to pass New Zealand in the rugby rankings. So the Boks, as it stands, will overtake the All Blacks into third place. They need to win by 16 points or more. That is the outcome that needs to be done by the Springboks today. Anything less than 16 points, and we will stay in fourth place on the world rankings. Right, let's have a look what's going to happen with the scrum down here, just outside the Boks 22 now, as Van Poortvliet will feed this one in for them. 5 meters out from the left-hand touchline, it's England to feed this one in. It's wobbly from them, and the scrum goes up. It will be a reset scrum here for them. Chris said, remember, it was 25-3 with 10 minutes to go versus the All Blacks. Well, it's 24 points to 6. Springboks up against England. So still 6 minutes left on that yellow card. And R says that, Chris, this isn't New Zealand. Well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want anything to come back at me. But this England side looks half of the team that they looked like last week. In that, but then again, they also didn't look good in that first 60 minutes of the game. All right, so let's see what's going to happen from here. Another, this time penalty to the Springboks. And Kitshoff bringing on the power against Will Stewart. Brilliant from the Boks. And now to just worsen the case, Marco van Staden to come onto the field for the Boks as well. It's going to be interesting to see who he's going to replace, though, as we haven't seen the best from Evan Roos yet today, but he has been impressive over time today. The kick downfield from South Africa has found touch on the half, well, just inside the half of England now, and it is Evan Roos who's going to leave the field as Marco van Staren comes onto the field. A big accolade for Evan Roos in only his second game for the Springboks today. Well played, boy. Right, so the throw coming from Malcolm Marks, taken by South Africa now. It's Faf de Klerk. Willemse knocks the ball on, and it is going to be a scrum down to England, just inside the half of the Springboks in the middle of the field. The first mistake from Damian Willemse today. The first mistake from the fly-half today. Remember, he's got 2 drop goals to his name as well. But a very good performance from the Springboks so far with 26 minutes to play in this game. Rian Tron asked, wie is by jou? So it's my best buddy who's enjoying the game with me today. He's been through it all today. Had to sit through the Bulls game. We had a deal there where a shot per try against the Ospreys today. I was in favor of the Bulls, so he went against the Bulls and ended up having to take in 7 shots. And, well, he passed out through halfway through it, got back, went to sleep, got back up, and now just living the dream here with the Boks leading 24 points to 6. Right, so 24 points to 6 here. Scrum down to England. There's another reset scrum coming up. Art says 32 points to 12. Remember the World Cup score. Coming very close to that. 24 points to 6, 25 minutes to play in this test match. And let me see. 24 points to 6. Scrum down to England now. Nick asked, will Rassie be doing a video on the ref, giving South Africa every decision? Well, maybe you will, Nick. Right, off the back now. Here they come as England now, just inside the half of the Springboks. They are going to come back for a knock-on from England. Scrum down to South Africa. And let me just tell you this, Nick. What game have you been watching? You asked me this stupid question of will Rassie be doing a video on the ref, giving South Africa every decision? Now, I'm asking you, what about the try that was disallowed from Evan Roos in that first half? Doesn't that warrant also a video from Rassie? But I'll leave it in the air. Let the people watching it will tell you the tale. Scrum down to South Africa. Time has been stopped on the clock just for a second here as one of the players are receiving some attention. Domenico says, this is Twickenham 2008 all over again. Well, you said you wonder how Eddie's face are looking like, Pittman. He looks like a guy in terrible distress at the moment. So time is up off the clock at the moment. And it's 24 points to 6 with 24 minutes to play. This is an absolute brilliant display from the Springboks. And I can tell you guys what, 87% of the people who voted here today has got it right with the Springboks to win this game. 87%, 11% going to England at the moment, and then 2% going for a draw here. But it looks like Billy Vunipola will be leaving the field here for England as well now. But what a performance from the Boks so far. Can they keep it up? Sam Simmons now coming onto the field in the place of Billy Vunipola. So time will be back on the clock here, and it will be a scrum down to the Springboks. 5 meters inside their own half in the middle of the field. Jock Potgieter says, Guru, you are the best, the load shedding king. Thanks, Jock. Really appreciate it. Drish, you've summed it up beautifully. Yeah, Nick is probably an English supporter. You've got it right. Right, so South Africa with a solid scrum here. It goes down penalty advantage to the Springboks now. And the penalty awarded to the Boks then. And it's right on the halfway line here for the Springboks. Will they have a shot at goal? And the chance now for the Boks to kick this downfield. Or will Faf have a shot at goal? Logan says, or Login says, Bokke, keep it moving, speed up and use the wings. John Santos says we can thank Rassi for better refereeing today. Right. South Africa will have a shot at goal, and Faf de Klerk now kicking from just inside the half of England now. But it will be about a 48-meter kick here for him, right in the middle of the field. As there is still plenty of time left in this game. Faf de Klerk now with the attempt to put the box further ahead here. 3 out of 5 for him today. And very similar to that of Owen Farrell. He's struck it unbelievable. Over it goes, and 27 points to 6. The Springboks lead this game. Brilliant kick from Faf de Klerk. And the Boks now up by 21 points at the moment. Still 23 minutes to go though, as Thomas de Toey makes his way on for Frans Malherbe. Will we see another great game here from Thomas de Toey as well? Dominico asking 40 points coming up. So the restart then taken by Kurtley Arends now just up over the 22 of South Africa. Right on the right-hand side of the field now for South Africa. Taken up by Malcolm Marx now. Right on the 22-meter line. Still waiting for it is Faf de Klerk now. Clarence says, you played an unbelievable. You go, Guru. With a box kick over the top goes Faf de Klerk now. It's been grabbed by Sia Khaleesi now. Gets the pass out to Yebenetsabet, but I think he's knocked it on. Now it's a chance here for England as Ellis Jones from his own 10-meter line. He's going to set it up in the middle of the field for England now. Can England get this one back from Portfleet now? There's numbers on the left here for England. It's Sam Simmons with a sloppy pass out to Johnny May now. Cuts back on the inside up to the halfway line. Slow ball coming back for England now. Right on the halfway line, about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline. It's taken up by Ellis Jones again. Now from Portfleet back to Owen Farrell. Goes high up into the air. Jack Noel chasing after this, but Philly Leroux beautifully underneath it. Now, good counter-ruck here from England, putting South Africa under pressure. And it looks like it's England has got this ball back just outside the 22 now. Here comes Sam Simmons now. It's right in the middle of the field now from Portfleet. Back it comes now to Manu Tuolangi, who's been dead quiet today. Still about 5 meters outside of the 22. England now on the attack here. Massive double tackle on Owen Farrell, driving him back to the 10-meter line. Now from Portfleet, Marcus Smith. And a little knock on from England on the halfway line, under pressure. And the Boks now in possession. Philly Leroux. Philly Leroux now. He's going to get a little dummy out to Kurtley Arends. Kurtley Arends up to the 22 he goes. Cuts back inside now. Not held in a tackle. Picks it up. Still going. Now 5 meters out from the try line. Damian Willemse picks the ball up. Now brought down about 10 meters out from the try line. It's Yebenetsabet now. Support there from South Africa as they take it up. Beautiful drive here from Malcolm Marx. Moving towards the middle of the field. Oh, it's a penalty against the Boks. Diving off their feet. And with 20 minutes to play, how unbelievable is this game from South Africa? Putting the pressure on England. The double tackle out of heaven on Owen Farrell, and then the turnover, and then the attack from Billy Leroux and Kurtley Arends. I think, the clock has been stopped. They're going to go upstairs to have a look at something now, and let's hope it's not going to be against the Springboks this time. Let's have a look at what they're going to have a look at. Remember, I don't have any audio on my side, so let's just have a look and see what they're looking at. Yeah, looks like there might have been a slip of the hand as well in this fail coke. Oh no, straight red card coming up for Thomas de Toey here. Shoulder to the head of Will Stewart. And this is not going to be good news for South Africa. That was just outside the 22 of South Africa. Yeah, shoulder straight to the face. That's a red card. And the Boks will now have to play with 14 men for the remainder of this game. The red card haven't been awarded just yet, so we're still trying to look for some mitigating factor here, but I can't seem to find any. The only mitigating factor could be that Malcolm Mark's arm was also halfway in the way there of the shoulder charge from Thomas du Toit, but I think a straight red card coming up here for them. 20 minutes to go, and the Boks will have to play with, let's see. Yeah, 14 men for the rest of this game. 14 men for the rest of this game as Thomas du Toit. Well, like last week I said, Kwagga Smith had the influence on the Boks game at halftime. We had Thomas du Toit at halftime, and he's received a red card here with 20 minutes to go. 27 points to 6. Will the Springboks be able to keep them at bay now? This will be a penalty from just outside the 22. Marcus Smith has also left the field for England with Henry Slade on the field now for them. Right, we'll see how this one is going to go. Owen Farrell's going to kick this to the corner now for England. England not opting for 3 points anymore. That one finds touch about 7 or 8 meters out from the Springboks try line. Paul Botha says a double tackle out of heaven. Are you saying the Boks are angels? Absolutely, Paul. Right, so now Luke Cowan-Dickey to throw this one in. Willie Leroux also off the field, and I think Manny Libbok has come on to the field. Here they go. Oh, it's been stolen by the Springboks here, this line out. Brilliant stuff from Franco Morstad. And here comes the fighting spirit. Stronger together. Faf de Klerk now with the... looks like he's going to go with the pass to Manny Libbok, who's going to kick this downfield. And it's going to find touch. Run about 5 meters inside. Well, on the 22-meter line, in fact. Was it Damian Willems who made the kick, though? Confusing Shrimp says easy win for South Africa with about 18 minutes to play now. And Owen Farrell and Sia Khaleesi again being called by the referee now. It's going to be interesting to see now what the referee are going to discuss with him. Yeah, I think I'm going to make a lot of supporters on this chat happy, and we're going to just block Nick here because I don't think that he deserves to be in this chat at the moment. Right, so the referee has changed his decision to a 5-meter scrum to South Africa now, as that ball was knocked on by England at the line out, it seems. So scrum down to South Africa, 5 meters out from the try line. Angela asking what was the red card for. So a straight shoulder to the head from Thomas du Toit on one of the England players. Oh, I think that was a bad call from the referee at line out. I don't think there was a knock on from England. But either way, we should have just played on, and the line out should have been on the 22. Yeah, you can't cheat your way to 27 points at Twickenham. It's pure dominance, says Dominica. So scrum down to South Africa now. 5 meters out from the try line. Clarence says, Nick, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Right, so scrum feet now to South Africa. Faf de Klerk with the feet here. And controlled at the back by Kwagga Smith now. Pick up and go from him. Takes it up to about 7 meters out from the Springboks try line now. As Faf de... Oh, it's going to be a penalty against the Boks here. Penalty for holding on by Kwagga Smith. And maybe not the right decision to kick that or pick that one up and go. Maybe should have just kicked it out. Owen Farrell now to the corner with 17 minutes to play in this game. 1,966 people watching. Don't forget to press that like button and show your support by subscribing to the channel. We've got 475 likes at the moment. Just press that like button and let's get it over to 500. Right, so Wenzel de Pula says the game will end as the World Cup in at 32 points to 12. local guy, I think from Noport. Wenzel, just let me know if it's you. Here comes the driving ball from England now as they make their way up to about a meter out from the try line. Another penalty advantage coming for England now. Remember, South Africa already down to 14 men. And here comes Van Poortvliet. Oh, he's just short, just held back by the box now. Another pick up and go from England. Are they going to go to the try line here? South African defense holding out for dear life at the moment. With 15 minutes or 16 minutes to play. Just a pure World Cup defense from the box at the moment. Who will forget the box effort in defense against England in the World Cup final? It's again very similar to this now. Here they come. Oh, it's a brilliant tackle from Curtly Arends on England now, 5 meters out from the try line. Brilliant read of the game there from Curtly as they work it now. It's Paul Stewart who sets it up right in the middle of the field, 7 meters out from the try line. Another penalty advantage for England though, and a thumping tackle on England again by Van der Klerk, but we're coming back for the penalty against the box. Well. Another kick to the corner now by Owen Farrell, and the box will have to be very careful now not to concede a red card here. Sorry, not a yellow, but a red, but a yellow card. With 1,960 people watching and 550 likes, there must be a lot of dissatisfied England fans that have tuned in. Right, here they come. Oh, it's been knocked on by England again. And here comes the box now on a counter-attack from their own try line. Manny Lebok with a long cut pass out to Curtly Arends. He's going to run it now, kicks it downfield. And nobody at the back here for England. No, there is. It's Freddie Stewart at the back on the halfway line. He's going to come with a counter-attack. Brought down by Curtly Arends on the 10-meter line. Now from Poortvliet. Back they come again. Back on the inside. It's Owen Farrell now. David Ribbons. He's between the 10 and the 22-meter line now. Van Poortvliet into a little half cap. Tackled again beautifully by the South African defense on the 22-meter line now. Can South African defense hold out? It is going to come back for England now. As they make their way now, Maro Itoje, flat pass again. Brilliant defensive effort from South Africa at the moment. Jack Noel now sets it up in the middle of the field in the 22-meter line. Van Poortvliet still waiting. Oh, brilliant penalty to the Springboks holding on. Malcolm Marx wins the penalty for the Boks. 27 points to 6, and I can see a lot of similarities to that World Cup in 2019. We saw Curtly Arends do the same that Cheslin Colby did to the English defense. We see the Springbok defense absolutely annihilating the England attack at the moment. Brilliant stuff from the Boks. The kick from Van der Klerk going to find touch roundabout on the 10-meter line of the Springboks. DC game mining asks Van Poortvliet playing for England. Yeah, here's the scrum off, replaced by Ben Youngs. But what an effort from the Boks. 2,000 people watching. Press that like button and subscribe. Druk die groen knoppie. Line out now. Malcolm Marx with a throw in to this line out. This time taken again by Yebenetsabet. Was he played in the air though? The referee says that was fine. Scrum down to South Africa going forward from the line out. And scrum down now to the Springboks. 27 points to 6. If the score stays the same, the Boks will move into third place on the world rankings ahead of the All Blacks. Jeff Wyatt says excellent commentary. Subscribe. Thanks, Jeff. This Bok team has a lot of character, says Alan Khan. Greg also asked, do you think this is the best performance from the team in the past 2 months? Would be great to know your view. So, as much as I would like to say that it was the best performance, it comes very close. I think the Boks' dominance over the All Blacks in the first test of the year in the Rugby Championship might just tip this one over. But very, very good performance from the Boks so far. I mean, a victory over England is sweet, but a dominant victory over the All Blacks is even sweeter. So that's why I'm saying that I think the overall performance on that day, we outplayed the All Blacks completely, like we are playing the English at the moment. But yeah, I wouldn't say this is my favorite one. The one with the box against the All Blacks was my number one with doing the best job there. DC Mining says you should go for professional commentary. Thanks, DC. Maybe in the future, who knows? Currently doing game design and testing as well. So maybe something in the future for you guys to look forward to in the near future. A little cross kick there from the box and nearly working out, but Jack Noel now's got it. What? The referee's going to call us back for yet another penalty to the box. Curtly, man of the match, says Bavadia. Absolutely. I don't think we're going to get a better play on the field than Curtly today. Let's have a look here what the referee have to say. Just having a talk to Will Stewart and Alice Genge and Luke Cowan-Dickey, just explaining that penalty. I don't know why he needs to explain himself, because when we ask questions, they don't explain. A minute basically stood off just to explain to them what they did wrong at the scrum. Ruan Minnar says Mumumbela was on fire that day. Absolutely. Chris says, I can't believe how slow your clock is. It seems every second is like free. Yeah, it might be a little bit of lag there, unfortunately. Yeah, Domenico asked, how was Curtly Arneson not nominated for World Rugby Breakthrough Player of the Year? Look, he'll get his chance next year. Down south of Safaris says, how's Jeff van der Rust doing? I think he had a phenomenal game down south Safaris. He has been replaced now as the box over line out just inside the 22 of England now. Going with the line out, and it's a slap back from the Springboks. Pop the Clerk can't control it. It's picked up by Will Stewart just outside the 22 now. As England have possession now, they're going to need to show character. Owen Farrell with a little cross kick taken by Noel, but well defended initially by Damien Willemse, but he's let it slip. And here goes Jack Noel now, all the way up to the 22 of South Africa. Willemse couldn't make the tackle now. Here comes England on the counter-attack. It's Ellis Jones now gets the pass out. Farrell with a long cut pass now. It's Luke Cowan-Dickey. Luke Cowan-Dickey gets the pass out to Sam Simmons. Right on the 22-meter line. Slow ball coming back for England now. Penalty advantage, and the yellow card could be coming for South Africa again now. Yeah, the referee's going to blow on his whistle, and let's see what he decides here. It's just outside the 22 with 9 minutes to go in this game. Quickly taken by England, and here they come now. Just 3 minutes up away from the try line. It is going to be Ben Young. No, it's going to be Henry Slate who's going to knock down for England. It was quickly taken by them, and suddenly they just scored a try through Henry Slate. A brilliant effort from them. Rob Roy asked, who's your man of the match? Absolutely Curtly Arneson, without a doubt today. So, yeah, you made a little mistake there. Fail code, Papa. Right, so Ben Youngs took it quickly, and yeah, England gets their first try of the game. Anthony says, Van Vliet skiet lied. Come on, guys, keep them out. So, Rodney says, sounds like you're having a cold. Don't worry, Pocky's on fire. You can get some. Right, so because England scored a try, let's take a shot. Lovely. As Owen Farrell now going to attempt to get this conversion over. 27 points to 11 with 8 minutes to play in this game. The conversion goes over, so 27 points to 13. It's a 14-point game at the moment as Faf de Klerk is down injured at the moment. Well, we wait for him to get back onto his feet. So as it stands, the Boks will end the year as number 4 in the world. But another penalty, and they will end at third in the world. Then Anne says, cheers, Guru. That one was for Nick. Yeah. Nick. There's a poem, or how do you put it? Daar's 'n rympie vir Nick. As jy hom in Engels ding is. Ek weet nie of een van julle hom dalk sal wil vir my tune nie, maar kom ons kyk. After Clark still receiving some attention. Sakabula, no, it's actually a milk turkey. Not too heavy, because England are not too heavy at the moment. Charlene Rip says, thank you for the commentary, watching, listening while fishing from our boat here in the Bahamas. Go Bokke. Philip Laram says, moving on, yes, Guru. So Faf de Klerk looks like he's not going to continue this game, as just waiting for this game to resume now. 27 points to 13. Indaba can see our box now need an urgent move. Jacob Bester says, Nick White. No, that's not the rhythm that I was looking for. It's more, no, I'm not going to say it, but it's fine. It's about 8 minutes to go. Let's just adjust the clock real quickly, and let's pull it back by about a minute. So, we could actually make it right. So 32:17 it is on the clock, with 7.5 minutes to go in this second half. Guru going nowhere. He stays right here in the port, says Pittman. 27-13 at the moment. Sakabula says, my girlfriend drink milk turkeys, Guru. Well, I'm sure she's not drinking fail coke as well. So that makes up for that one, Sakabula. Just saying. Yeah, Ranier, I think you almost got it spot on there. Right, so it's looked like Sia Khaleesi will have to leave the field as well here for the Springboks. And not sure if it's a HIA maybe for Sia Khaleesi here. So we might see Ia van Roos come back onto the field. Dominico says, England are like Eskom, no power. It should be uncontested scrums now, says Philip Laram. So let's just see. I haven't seen yet who's come onto the field. So 27 points to 13 it is. And there's a bit of confusion here. Looks like Ia van Roos will be coming back onto the field here for Sia Khaleesi. But not sure what this is all about. Held up by the referees. Sakabula says, LOL, nee, Guru, sy drink nie vuil coke nie, dankie toch. So Faf de Klerk also have left the field. Jaden Hendricks on for the Springboks now, as he's had a massive game. Between him and Kirtley Arons, definitely man of the match should go to either one of them, really. But what an effort from this Springbok side today. In total, 2,120 people watching. Don't forget to press the like button. We're up to 600 likes on the channel. Are we going to be sneaky and try to get it up to 1,000? Let's see. Right, so Ia van Roos then back onto the field for the Springboks, and we are going to have to restart then from the Springboks now, as they kick it in deep here, and it's Sam Simmons who takes it up for England now. Just outside the 22 of England, as Ben Youngs now gets it up. Flat pass to Owen Farrell, long cut pass to Jack Noel, inside the 22. England now starting to run this. This is looking much more dangerous from England as well now. Remember, the Boks are down to 14 men. Thomas Latoy getting a red card. Still they come now. Johnny May from just outside the 22 trying to run this, but really not going anywhere at the moment is England. South African defense holding out brilliantly at the moment. Now Farrell again, the pass out to Manu to Alangi. Now there's a little knock-on from South Africa. Oh, it's a knock-on from England, says the referee. And I don't think that's the right call from him as well. You've got to be honest as it happens. But let's have a look here. That pass, Manu Tuolangi, I think it was touched by Jesse Creel first. No, that's the perfect call from the referee. Henry Slate knocking that ball on, scrum down to the box, 10 meters out from the try line. Brilliant stuff. That is credit to the Springbok defensive effort, putting this England side under immense pressure. 9 handling errors from England today, 6 from the Springboks, 27 points to 13 with 6 minutes to go in this game. They want to run from the 22, Cesar, but it's not working out at the moment. George Hannibal asks, can you know varkchops braai? Dink dit is tyd. Yeah, absolutely. We are going to, it's a varkchoppie en 'n borsie vandaan. So now the feed by Jaden Hendricks are here for them. And that scrum goes up again. Christina Morris says, lekker goed, verlang so na my familie om so te sit en rugby luister. Geniet dit met jou vuil kook. Antoinette Rader says, remember, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. Sakabula says, Guru, baie dankie. And then Maurice says, I agree, Melanie. Clock ticks 3 forwards and then 30 ticks backwards. So about 5 minutes to go in this game. Like my Willem said, by Naas gaan kers opsteek of miskien Jannie de Beer, king of drop goals. I don't know what it is with drop goals. Springboks, England, drop goals. Just makes sense at the end of the day. So another scrum goes up and the clock is ticking down. 27 points to 13. As the referee said that they need to move it a little bit inwards, which just makes the attacking play here for the Boks even better. Alicia says, go Bokke, let's get it over. John Santos says, Rassie is slowly fixing World Rugby's refereeing problem. Brandon says, very tense indeed, just a matter of hanging on. Carol says, thank you for another great commentary. Kuru Island applauds this Bokke performance today. Eugene says, England now on stage 10, load shedding today. Mark Somerville says, as an All Black supporter, I am jealous that you guys are going to finish this game with the win, but also have to congratulate you guys. Thanks, Mark, coming from an All Black fan. Scrum feed there by Jaden Hendrickson now. And big scrum again from the Springboks now. Penalty advantage coming. Jaden Hendrickson gets it out to Willemse. Willemse with a little grubber through. But it's not going to work out for him. And we're going back for another penalty. Take the 3 points here. Remember, a 17-point victory will take us up to third in the world. Again, well, the clock has been stopped here as we've got an injury to Alice Ginge here. So it is going to be a penalty from this scrum here for the Springboks. Remember, 4 minutes to go. 17 points will get us third to the world rankings. 14 points will take us to 4th place or keep us at 4th place on the world rankings. Ducky de Toy says, even the Germans are watching from Durbanville today. Thanks, Ducky. So an injury break here to the England side as well. We've got 661 likes on the channel today, guys. Let's see if we can push our luck and get it up to 1,000. We've got plenty of people watching, 2,295 people watching. You only have to press the like button. It doesn't cost a cent. Just press the like button and let's get it up to 1,000 likes. I dare you. Will Stewart also leaving the field now. Carl Sinclair coming back onto the field. And remember that Alice Gents are also down here for England at the moment. Right, so what will South Africa decide to do here? Looks like, they're going to go for the scrum here in South Africa. 5 meters out from the try line. Will we see some magic from the Springboks before the end of this one? Greg says, Guru, you are the best. Thanks again for the live commentary. Much appreciated. All the way from up north in St. Petersburg in Russia. And then Ted says, come boys, druk die button. Forget ranking guru. Let's go for a try. In a better way of pronouncing it. Right, so scrum down to the box, 5 meters out from the try line. Jaden Hendricks feeds it in. Here comes the box now. Here van der Roos controlling that ball at the back now. As Jaden Hendricks gets it up, he's going to get a little tap through here. It's not going to work out for him. And it's going to be a 22-meter dropout. Don't know why they would want to go for a kick there. Maybe it was a set play move, but it didn't work out. 3.5 minutes to go. Goal line dropout here for England. Going to the left-hand side of the field. They've made a massive mistake here as England. Nearly costing it there, but England has managed to get it back now. 5 meters out from their own try line. And it's going to be a penalty against the box there. Breaching is the call from the referee. So the kick downfield then between the 10 and the 22-meter line inside England's half to the left-hand side of the field. Thank you for the great commentary. You may sleep late tomorrow, says Neville de Villiers. So England distracted by Rassie this week, backfired on them badly, says Rob Roy. Right, so with 2.5 minutes to play in this game, it's 27 points to 13. That kick downfield from England. Got a fine touch just outside the 22 of the box. Let's keep them out. We don't want another draw in this one. We don't want a similar result than last week against England and the All Blacks. Cannon Moody now onto the field in the place of Kurt Arends. The line out taken by England now, but it's not straight, and it's going to be a scrum down to the box just outside the 22. Heinrich says, my first time to tune in, Lekker Guru. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe, Heinrich. Because next year it's World Cup, and we still got the URC coming up this year, and the Heineken Cup as well. Sakabula says, Bokke, my bloed is groen, gaan maandag dok toe. Kobus van Staden says, thanks very much, appreciate it. 2,595 people watching. Get us another like. 860 people have pressed the like button. Let's get it up to 1,000, guys. Scrum down to the box here. Jaden Hendricks had to feed this one in just outside the 22 with a minute to go in this game. South Africa has done it. 2 out of 4 on this tour. This is successful. Close defeats to Ireland and France. A demolition of Italy and a massive comprehensive victory against England today have set the box up. And we have learned that the box can actually run with the ball. So we're not that one-dimensional go for a box kick over the top team anymore. We've seen that the box can actually have a run at this game. 27-13, 14 points the difference here. But I don't think that won't be good enough to get the box up to 3rd on the world rankings. R says, ole, 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 ole. Press the like, guys. Here we go. Jaden Hendricks with the feet to the scrum now for the box now. Penalty advantage to the box. Here they come again now. On a loop around it goes Manny Lebok now into the space for the box now. Gets the pass out to Willems, who is playing on the left wing at the moment. Tries to get the pass out. Cannon Moody now. Has that ball been knocked on? Yes, it has been by the box. And with 10 seconds to play, it is going to be another scrum down to England. There is no way that England is going to beat the box today. We've got no time left on the clock. We've got 1 scrum to go. But apart from that, game, set, and match here for the Springboks today. Jacob Esther says, we'll send you a scarp, Choppy. Yeah, the Boks have done brilliantly today. 27 points to 13 with the last scrum of the day. Can we win a penalty and get that 3 points that we need to climb to the 3rd on the world rankings? DC Mining says almost 1,000 likes, guys. Where we at? 960 likes. Press that like button, guys. Let's get it up to 1,000. Awesome effort by our beloved box, says Alicia Naidu. Right, here comes England from that scrum. Will they have one last go? They've knocked it backwards, says the referee now. Freddie Stewart gets the pass out to Sam Simmons. Kwagga Smith has managed to get that tackle done there now. Can England get this ball back? They do have it 5 meters out from the 22 now. Going with a pass is Owen Farrell. Flat pass now out to Freddie Stewart again, just outside the 22 now. Ben Youngs. A little charge from Tom Curry again. Here we come now. England just outside the 22. Still coming now. Oh, it's England under massive pressure here from the box. Right under the 22. There's the penalty. Go for goal. Get it over. Make it 30 points to 13 and climb to the third in the world. Brilliant stuff from the box. Hier van Roos. Brilliant stuff. Wins that penalty on the ground. And 27 points to 13. Let's see if the box can get it. 27 points to 13. And with this kick to come or whatever, it's gonna, let's have a look here. Well, they're actually going to go upstairs to have a, oh, yeah, it's a tip over the top here from England and over the horizontal. That's what the penalty's for. Does the Springboks know that a 3-pointer will get them to third in the world? It doesn't look like they know that because Murray Libbok is going to kick this to the corner here for the box. They want to put total dominance, total annihilation on this England side today. Going for the corner is the box. Yeah, it was that time that they probably needed a guy like Rossi to tell them, listen, we go for the 3 points here. But, oh, the Boks have kicked us out. They haven't. Oh, it's been overcooked by Murray Libbok. Oh, no, man. So either way, the Boks are celebrating a 27 points to 13 victory for the Springboks here. And yeah, what a day this is for the Springbok supporters. We in the end had 1K likes, and that is the most likes on a game for the Springboks this season and last season. So thank you everybody who have tuned in for this game. 27 points to 13, final score here. And what a performance from the Springboks. Missing guys like Cheslin Colby, missing guys like Lukanyam, missing guys like Andre Pollard, missing guys like Peter Stephen, missing a player like Kalua de Jager, and still we managed to beat this England side with a full strength side by 27 points to 13. That is brilliant character. And don't forget, we played with 14 men for 20 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I definitely did. And thank you to all the supporters. I will see you guys next time. Until next time, this is the Rugby Guru. Cheers for now.